A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, it's the Goldbergs. And now, the Goldbergs. The Allisons are leaving Glastonbury. Sylvia's gone, and Molly hopes that the past, with all its tragedy and sorrow, are gone too. Dr. Cater and Molly have between them given the Allisons a new beginning and a new possibility of happiness. And so the Goldbergs stand at the station, waving goodbye. Molly's eyes are brimming. Sammy looks rather sober, and Seymour, reflectively, is fingering a bag of rice, which he hasn't the nerve to throw.
I don't see us anymore. Ran around the turn already. Oh, so they ran forever. No, maybe they'll write a letter, maybe.
Well, so what are we standing and looking at each other?
Come, Rosalie. Come, Sammy. Come, Seymour.
I brought a bag of rice, but I didn't throw one kernel. Would have been out of place. That's why I didn't.
Well, let's go.
All right. So let's go. Go, darlings. Walk with Papa, Rosalie. I'll walk with Sammy.
May I walk with you, Rosie?
Why not?
The shortcut or through the village, Molly?
The shortcut, and then I wouldn't have to answer many questions from the neighbors. Miss Miller looks beautiful, didn't she?
Mrs. Allison, you mean, Rosie?
Uh-huh. She looks very charming. Go walk, Rosalie, dear. Well, let's walk over here, Sammy, dear. Why so quiet, Sammy?
No reason, Ma.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Why are you walking so slowly?
We're walking, Jay, dear. We're walking. So, with the castle. So, we're all together again, just like always, Sammy.
It's been a long time since we've been all together like always.
You sure you don't want to stop off for something, Molly?
No, Jay, dear. I have everything. Heard what I said, Sammy? I have everything. I have.
You always did, Ma.
Not always, Sammy. Not always. For a little while, I thought I lost everything.
Because I was thinking of getting married?
No, Sammy, not because of that. Because marriage you will get someday, and I won't lose it. Rosie will get married, and you will get married, and there'll be wives and husbands and children. And I'm waiting and hoping for that, family. It wasn't the marriage. No. It was because, it was you.
Did I act as badly as that?
Not bad, family. You just acted, I don't know, to me you... It's strange.
Well, that's all over now.
Yes, it's over. And, but I'm glad it's over. I don't have to tell you. Now I can sit back again and watch how you become what you want to become, whatever it is, family. Now is the time when a parent can sit, how shall I say it, in the diamond horseshoe and see a child begin to act like a person. Yes, family. Now is the good time in living. When the fruit is on the tree.
What's the serious conversation about?
Nothing there, darling. We're walking and we're talking.
Why am I excluded?
Who said?
You have no regrets, I hope, Sammy.
Said.
Did I say something wrong?
No, Pa.
Now that it's all over, we'll have the privilege to talk.
What good is that? It's over.
Forgotten?
Soon.
Then I'm satisfied and I'm happy.
Let's walk on the other side, Nora. All right.
On the sunny side.
All right. Rosalie, you have my pocketbook, perchance?
Yes, Mama darling, you want it?
Yeah, please, dear. I have my handkerchief there.
Wow.
Wait, Joyce, how about my pocketbook?
We walk ahead. Come with me, Sammy.
Go with Papa Sandy, dear. Walk ahead.
Here, Mom.
Thank you, darling.
Mrs. Goldberg, may I have your permission to take your daughter to the movies tonight?
Mommy, darling, you can go, Rosalie. You can go if you wish.
Thank you, Mrs. Goldberg.
Wait for me, Greg, dear. Wait for me, darling. I'm coming.
Excuse me, Rosie.
All right, Mom.
I'm very grateful to your mother for her permission.
Well, I may be too tired to go, Seymour.
Oh. Are you telling me that you'd rather not go?
I didn't say that.
Oh, be careful, Miss Goldberg. May I take your arm?
I'm all right. They're walking very fast. Let's wait for my mother and father and see them.
No, they're right in back of us. It's still broad daylight. I can invite your mother to the movies if that's what...
No, it's just that I'm tired after all the excitement we had. And...
Oh, if that's the reason. I mean, if it isn't personal, will you accompany me some other night?
Why not?
Does that mean you will, Miss Goldberg? I don't mean to urge you or force myself on you, but you see, we know each other for quite some time now. If you haven't known of my admiration for you, it's only because of my extreme modesty. I've always desired to present a modest front to the world, in times of success or in times of failure. My eye is always set firmly on its goal, which is to make myself a career in this world.
I hope you're very successful.
Thank you, Miss Goldberg. Looking at me today, in my present condition, which is an office boy at the mill, it might be difficult to see what I can become. But all successful individuals are worth a grain of salt starting at the bottom. Present, I'm engaged in a struggle for existence, and time will tell how and where I shall land. But if ambition, if hard work can accomplish my goal, then I will accomplish it.
I'm sure you will.
Thank you for your words of confidence, Miss Goldberg. For a man, nothing is more important than encouragement from a woman. A woman's trust, Miss Goldberg, gives a man muscles of steel and the will to do. Ever since I came to Glastonbury and first met you and your family, I knew my destiny had at last begun to get to work. I recognize my destiny, Miss Goldberg. I feel it in my bones. And I'm not the kind of an individual who lets opportunity knock unheeded on his door. Although I'm young, I have an adult mind. I keep my nose to the grindstone. I'm no playboy.
Well, work and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
Granted, Miss Goldberg. I'll play also. But now, well, I know, Rosie, Miss Goldberg, that socially you're far above me. You're my boss's daughter. But in a world where social barriers are breaking down, can I hope that...
Seymour.
Say Seymour again. Just the way you just said it.
Seymour,
All my life, my name has been Seymour. But never did it have any meaning for me. That name has dignity when you say it.
Seymour, you...
Rosalie, is that Martha's before?
Oh, yes, Mom.
Hello, Martha.
Maybe you won't be too tired to go to the movies tonight, huh?
Martha, what is it? Well, what is it, Martha, dear? You didn't leave your key there out in the house, so I couldn't do anything but let her sit on the porch.
Sit on the porch?
Who?
Well, she got off the bus.
Who got off the bus?
Well, she says she's your sister. Whose sister? Seymour's sister. My sister? She wants to know what it's all about. What? Land of ghosts and gracious goodness me, how should I know?
But Seymour seems to know. His face is getting redder by the minute, and he looks as if he'd like to turn and run. The Goldbergs hurry home with Seymour trailing behind.
Bring you On This Book, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks transcribed. But first, you get through the more comfortable time. There's but one exception. Brooks is on the friend list of terms with her fellow English teachers at Madison High School. The lone exception being Miss Daisy Enright.
You might call Miss Enright and me friendly enemies. That is, we're enemies because we're both friendly with Mr. Boynton. But since I was stuck at home with a cold most of last week, Miss Enright was able to out-friend me with him by dating him every night. So there we were, me in with a steaming inhalator, and her out steaming Mr. Boynton. Well, after a restless night, I got up at 6:30 Friday morning, roused my landlady, and a few minutes later, we were in the breakfast room.
What an unearthly hour to be getting up. How do you feel, Connie?
Unearthly, Mrs. Davis. I took a look at myself in the mirror, and I think my face broke.
My goodness. That's 7 years bad luck.
Just put them on my bill. I have a charge account in the bad luck union. What are we having for breakfast?
I'm afraid it'll be rather skimpy, dear. You know that Rhode Island hen I'm keeping in the backyard? The one that the butcher told me would lay an egg for us every morning?
Yes.
The poor little thing didn't feel up to it this morning.
Well, don't look at me. I don't feel up to it either. I'll just have some coffee.
You're out of coffee, dear. I made tea.
Oh, take tea then.
I drank it. Here's a glass of milk. It's nice and cold, isn't it?
The toast is.
So's the milk. I think it's a good idea to have cold drinks during this unseasonable hot spell we're having. The weather's really been balmy.
Aren't we all? Mr. Boynton remarked that it seemed like summer when he called me late last night. He promised to call me early in the evening, but he was unable to get home until after midnight.
What kept him out so late?
A Rhode Island hen named Miss Enright. She happened to drop by in her car. Then she happened to take Mr. Boynton for a drive. Then she happened to run out of gas.
Where?
In the hills, Natch. Mr. Boynton told me all about it. Had to walk 3 miles to a service station and 3 miles back with a can of gas.
A 6-mile hike. Imagine. Then what happened, Connie?
Nothing. Miss Enright was so pooped out from that long walk, she just drove him home.
Miss Enright hiked to the gas station.
Yes, he said he felt it his duty as a man to stick with the car and see that nobody stole it.
Well, how do you like that? Mr. Boynton isn't the most romantic chap in the world, is he?
No, but he ranks right behind Barry Fitzgerald. He did make a date with me for tonight, though. He's going to take me out.
Out where, Connie?
Out to his backyard. The weather's been so mild, he suggested that we have a barbecue out there, Mrs. Davis. The thing he dipped into his toolkit yesterday and built a barbecue pit out of an old bathtub.
My, he is handy, isn't he?
With tools, yes, but give him a woman and he's all thumbs. Good morning, Harriet.
Oh, hi, Miss Brooks. Welcome back to school.
Thanks.
Oh, I was awfully sorry to hear about your cold. There are an awful lot of germs going around, aren't there?
Yes, but let's leave Miss Enright out of this. I got to report to your father, Harriet. Routine check-in, you know. Mr. Conklin's in his office, I suppose.
Well, he is, but I'd better warn you, Miss Brooks. Daddy's in a very nasty mood this morning. It's Codfish Balls Day.
Codfish Balls Day? Is that a legal holiday?
I guess you don't understand. You see, every Friday, Mother makes codfish balls for dinner, and Daddy hates them so much it just ruins his whole day thinking about them. Lately, he's hit upon a cunning scheme to palm them off on guests.
On guests? That I don't understand either.
Well, last Friday, Daddy invited Miss Enright over for dinner. And this morning he offered her another invitation, but this time she turned it down. You see, Mother just cooks enough for the family, Miss Brooks, so when Daddy gives his portion to the guests, there's nothing Mom can do about it. That'll give you an idea how chagrined he feels about codfish balls.
I imagine the codfish feel the same way about him. This is all very enlightening, Harriet, but I really must go in and report. See you later.
All right, Miss Brooks. Bye now.
Good morning, Mr. Conklin.
Well, if it isn't my favorite T-shirt. Bless you, Miss Brooks. Bless you. How it warms the cockles of my heart to see you again. Your nasty cold kept you away from me for several days, you naughty girl. Well, you simply must make up for it by letting me see more of you, mustn't you?
Forgive me, sir, but I don't understand.
My dear, I want you to come over to my house tonight for dinner.
Now I do. I'm sorry, sir, but I have a date with Mr. Boynton.
With Boynton, you say? Well, bring him along. The more, the merrier. Gad, what a ball you'll have.
You'll have the ball, Mr. Conklin. Mr. Boynton and I have already made plans for a little barbecue in his backyard.
A barbecue? Oh, barbecue, eh? No doubt you'll be feasting on my favorite, barbecued ribs.
Yes, we'll have ribs, I suppose.
With the hot sauce?
With hot sauce.
I have an idea. Since you can't come to my house, suppose I join you in Boynton, and we'll have 1,000,000 laughs.
Sorry, there'll be just enough food for two.
Well, I'd better get busy. If I make this a day of intensive work, perhaps I'll be able to get those things off my mind. That's the ticket. Whisk! You may go now, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, and a happy work day to you, sir.
And a happy back-to-school day to you.
And a happy Codfish Falls day to you. Good morning, Mr. Boynton.
Miss Brooks. Gosh, you're a sight for sore eyes.
I want to thank you for being so thoughtful when I had my cold, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, did you like the gift?
Very much. I still have some left.
Glad you liked it.
It's the nicest box of Kleenex I ever got.
Just a little remembrance, that's all. Say, you were locked in at home for quite a spell. Must feel good to get out, huh?
Oh, yes, indeed. I can't begin to describe the eagerness with which I'm looking forward to this evening, Mr. Boynton. We ought to have loads of fun.
We?
We. Yes. You and me, us.
Apparently there's been a misunderstanding. Tonight I have a date with Miss Enright.
I'll say there's been a misunderstanding. Mr. Boynton, when you called me last night, you distinctly said, and I quote, "We'll have a barbecue in my backyard tomorrow night."
Oh, I get it now. When I phoned you, Miss Brooks, if you recall, it was after midnight. So when I said tomorrow night, I didn't mean tonight. I meant tomorrow night, which is tomorrow.
From the motion picture, our Miss Brooks holds the bag again.
Gosh, I'm sorry if I've disappointed you.
Well, you have.
I wouldn't deliberately hurt your feelings for the world, you know that. But then I wouldn't want to hurt Miss Enright either. Wait a minute. I have a suggestion that might meet with your approval. Suppose I hold the barbecue tonight and have both of you over. You and Miss Enright.
Is that your best offer?
All I can do.
Then I accept. But will there be enough food?
Oh, don't worry about that. Miss Enright and I went to the movies last Wednesday, and it was grocery night. I want a whole box of stuff, big enough to feed a horse.
Well, that'll take care of Miss Enright, but what about us?
Now, just one brushing with Colgate Dental Cream removes up to 85% of the...
So the barbecue was to be a triple-decker affair with Mr. Boynton, Miss Enright, and me in the middle. Well, since I've always been one to blush at playing the lettuce in an eternal triangle sandwich, I discreetly avoided contact with Miss Enright during our morning classes. At noon, I strolled into the school cafeteria, and upon making certain that her saddle was not hanging in the check room, I proceeded to my usual table, where Walter Denton greeted me with characteristic effusion.
The salutations of first flowering. Your recent absence from these hallowed halls chased me to the quick, Miss Brooks, but now I rejoice to see you back in harness.
Thanks, Walter. Pull up a chair for me, and I'll hitch old Dobbin to the shed.
Certainly. Yeah, how about this corner one?
Nicely concealed, isn't it? That's perfect, because if Miss Enright should come in, I'd like to avoid her.
Harry, you told me Mr. Boynton's going to have a barbecue in his backyard tonight, and Miss Enright's been invited.
So have I.
Well, you too?
It's coeducational.
Wow. I hope you have a lot of fun. What are you going to barbecue?
Miss Enright, I hope.
You shouldn't say things like that, Miss Brooks. Well, in view of the fact that she's constantly praising your beauty, I really can't understand your aversion to Miss Enright. Why, only this morning she passed a very complimentary remark about your hair, I thought.
Miss Enright did? What did she say?
Well, she said that you have the loveliest blonde hair she's ever seen on a brunette. She claims that she's naturally blonde.
Let's drop Miss Enright, shall we? I think if we try real hard, we might come up with a more pleasant topic.
Hello there, Walter.
Oh, hi, Miss Enright.
The cafeteria is a bit crowded today. May I sit here with you and your mother?
Mother?
Oh, it's you, Miss Brooks. Oh, forgive my taking you for Walter's mother, darling. But you are looking younger every day.
Thanks, Grandma. Pull up a sturdy couch and sit down.
Oh, you're sweet. But this chair will do.
Excuse me a minute, ladies. I've got to go and get some pie. Hold my place. I'll be right back.
How nice to be alone with you, Miss Brooks. I do enjoy your company. As a matter of fact, Mr. Boynton told me that we'll all be together at the barbecue tonight, and I was delighted to learn that you're going to horn in on us.
My pleasure.
Now, don't you disappoint me, darling. If you fail to show up, I'll simply die.
That's okay. You still have 8 more lives to go.
I do adore your sense of humor, Miss Brooks. It might interest you to know that I made a date with Mr. Boynton for this coming Sunday. It's my birthday.
Your birthday? If I knew it was coming, I'd have baked a bomb.
All right, now let's stop fencing and lay our cards on the table, shall we? As for me...
We're out of pie, so I got ice cream.
Don't interrupt, Walter. As for me, Miss Brooks, I have long cherished our friendship with the deepest possible degree of repugnance. I loathe you, darling, from the bottom of my heart.
From way back there?
Miss Enright, I'm shocked. I think you ought to apologize for those terrible things you said to Miss Brooks. After all...
Excuse me, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton.
Dear Mr. Boynton, do sit down.
There's a chair for you right over here, Mr. Boynton. Just walk around Miss Enright.
That's too long a trip. He might run out of gas again.
I'll just take your chair, Miss Brooks.
Mine?
I saw Mr. Carlson a minute ago, and he said he wants you to get right back to your classroom. If you missed a few days of school, you're behind in some reports which must be turned in before your afternoon classes, Miss Brooks.
Oh, great. Well, I'll catch up with you later, Mr. Boynton. So long, Walter.
Yeah, so long, Miss Brooks.
Goodbye, Connie.
Goodbye, Daisy.
I like that, Miss Enright.
What, Mr. Boynton?
The way you and Miss Brooks address each other with such affection.
Affection?
It really gives me a warm feeling inside. Here you two are dating the same man tonight, and yet you're utterly free of petty jealousies. Well, I've known women in similar circumstances who do nothing but hurl catty remarks at each other. That's something I can't stand.
Really, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, indeed. But a wholesome, warm-hearted woman of goodwill who at all times speaks endearingly of another woman, well, that's the woman for me.
Oh, well, that's very interesting. But you know how I feel about Miss Brooks. She's not only remarkably intelligent, but breathtakingly beautiful. Huh?
I like you for saying that, Miss Enright.
Just a minute. Before Mr. Boynton came over here, you were saying... ice cream, Walter.
Yes, Mr. Boynton. Every time I see dear Miss Brooks, I just want to hug her like the doll she is.
Please, Miss Enright, not while I'm eating. So if you want to get anywhere with Mr. Boynton, you've just got to be a wholesome, warm-hearted woman of goodwill, Miss Brooks. Well, it's the old story. You can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar. But I couldn't be so hypocritical as to coat Miss Enright with honeyed words, Walter. Well, just feed her the honey when Mr. Boynton's around. The minute he's gone, you can slip her the vinegar again. I think you ought to give it a whirl at the barbecue, Miss Brooks. But what have you got to lose? Well, maybe it is worth a try. All right, Walter, I'll take along some Mother Phil's pills and hug her like a doll. Thanks for the tip. Yeah, don't mention it. See you later, Miss Brooks.
Where are you heading, Walter?
Oh, it's down to the phone booth to call home, Mr. Boynton. My folks are going to visit relatives today, so I want to remind them to leave some money for me so I can have dinner at the drugstore. I guess I'll have to dine alone.
Alone? Out of the drugstore? Nonsense. I have plenty of food, Walter. Would you like to join us at the barbecue?
Yes, I would, boy. I'll be there, Mr. Boynton.
Good afternoon, Boynton. Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, what sheer delight it is to see you, Miss Conklin. If there's anything that brings boundless joy to these tired old eyes, it's the sight of our beloved principal, whose genial personality and outstanding leadership have won him the love and respect of every...
Oh, shut up!
To talk to the boy who may someday be your son-in-law.
Out of my sight, boob!
Bye, Mr. Boynton. Bye, Miss Conklin. I'll see you today, sir.
Mr. Boynton, my friend, I understand you're going to have a barbecue tonight in your backyard. Suppose I join you there and we'll have 1,000,000 laughs. I'd like very much to invite you, Mr. Conklin, but, well, I've already invited Walter Denton, and obviously you don't get along well with him. Mr. Boynton, shall I tell you a little secret about Walter? What? I love that boy. What time do we eat? I think I'll get some more charcoal for the barbecue pit, Miss Brooks. Excuse me.
Surely.
Strange. Every time I turn my back, I seem to hear a peculiar sound. Hard to describe. Maybe it's my imagination, but...
Oh, it must be. I didn't hear anything. I see you're making individual servings of hot sauce in separate pots, Miss Boynton.
Yes. Cute, aren't they? Oh, I wouldn't really call it hot sauce, though. Out of deference to the fair sex, I'm making it rather mild.
How very considerate.
We men can take the real peppery stuff, Miss Brooks, but I wouldn't want to make it too hot for you.
You never have.
What's that, Miss Brooks?
Skip it. Lovely night, isn't it, Mr. Boynton? The firelight dancing in our eyes, shadows playing softly through the trees, the stars like platinum pendants hanging aloft, the full, lustrous moon.
Yes, indeed. This would be a great night for trapping gophers, Miss Brooks. They often come out of their burrows on nights like this, you know. Gophers are...
Without the traps, here comes one now.
Hi there, Miss Enright.
Good evening, dear Mr. Boynton. And dear Miss Brooks, you look simply gorgeous. Oh, and you're ravishing. Your facial contours are magnificent. And your figure.
Excuse me, girls. I've got to keep an eye...
Well, go on, Miss Brooks. What are you going to say about my figure? Just that if your girdle snaps, we won't have any room for the table. Well, in that case, we could simply throw... Oh, something wrong, Mr. Boynton?
It's nothing serious. I just nicked my hand slightly with a barbecue knife.
Oh, well, come along inside with me, Mr. Boynton. I'll bandage your little hand for you.
Oh, you're very kind.
Oh, come along inside with me, Mr. Boynton. I'll bandage your hand for you. What a place.
Good evening, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Walter.
Oh, Mr. Boynton.
He's inside with Florence Nightingale. Why, Mr. Boynton's turned his back on me this evening. The sauce is cooking in individual pots, Walter, so I'm fixing this one up special for Miss Enright.
Yeah, but isn't that Tabasco sauce you're pouring in it?
Uh-huh. So far, I poured in about a pinch more than half a pint.
Holy smoke, if she eats that stuff, she'll explode.
That's all right. I'll stick my fingers in my ears. When I serve her this little grenade, I've got a hunch she'll let me have Mr. Boynton to myself tonight. Look, maybe she won't suspect me if you serve it, Walter. Would you mind?
Mind? It'll be a pleasure.
Thanks a lot, Miss Enright. I certainly appreciate... Oh, hello, Walter.
Hi, Mr. Boynton. How are you, Miss Enright?
Oh, couldn't be better. But since I had to bandage poor Mr. Boynton's hand, he'll be unable to serve. If one of you would be good enough to volunteer... I have a recruit, Miss Enright. Walter Denton, Mess Sergeant First Class. Oh, you're sweet, Walter. I myself would volunteer, of course, but it's such a dreadfully hot night. You'll find it'll get hotter as it goes along. I'll get things set up for you, Walter.
Yes, thanks, Miss Brooks.
Greetings, one and all. Hello, Mr. Conklin. Dear Mr. Boynton and Miss Enright. Walter's here, too, Mr. Conklin.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Walter, my boy, my boy. Come close to me, son.
Huh?
When do we eat?
You can all sit down now, sir. I'll go help Miss Brooks. Oh, how's it going, Miss Brooks?
Fine. These 3 plates contain spare ribs covered with Mr. Boynton's mild sauce. This lethal plate here contains spare ribs covered with the Tabasco Roman candle for Miss Enright.
May heaven have mercy on her soul. Yeah, I'll serve them now while you put on the coffee, Miss Brooks. Excuse me.
Ah, here we are. Serve me that succulent dish, Denton.
Ladies first, sir. Here's your plate, Miss Enright. No. No, it's this one. Yeah. Oh, is it?
It doesn't really matter, Walter.
That's what you think. Here you are. Now, I'll just put my plate down here. Here's yours, Miss Conklin.
Bless you, bless you.
You'll be perking in a minute.
Yeah, and here's yours, Mr. Boynton.
No, give that to Miss Brooks. I'll wait till the coffee's ready. Well, I hope this sauce is hot. I love real hot sauce. Sorry, sir, but I made my mild sauce tonight. Oh, well, it smells delightful. Now to bite into this delectable morsel. Enough water! Turn the hose on me, you fool! Oh, that's tough! It's like eating hot coals!
Can't be that hot, sir. I'll try mine. What's yours for? Sure. Try yours, Miss Brooks. Oh, all together now.
Don't just sit there, Boynton. Pour that hot coffee down my throat to cool me off.
Heavens, I'm burning up alive.
How can you sit there calmly eating that plate and bear it?
I'm lucky. I got the one with the Tabasco sauce.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. What makes America? Now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after sampling Mr. Boynton's barbecue sauce from a recipe entitled I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire, I just want to give you a little heartburn. Mr. Conklin, Walter Denton, and Miss Enright fled the scene, leaving me alone with the bashful biologist.
I can't understand it. I have many recipes for hot sauce, Miss Brooks, but I just gave them one of my mild ones. Oh, too bad. I guess I spoiled the party for you.
Spoiled the party?
Certainly. Instead of being surrounded by your friends, particularly Miss Enright, now you'll have to spend the evening with just me.
Well, we all have to make sacrifices now and then. I forgive you, Mr. Boynton.
You do? You mean it, Miss Brooks? Gosh, I think I could kiss you for that.
I think you could, too. I'm ready when you are. I know I'll blush like the very Dickens, but, well, just one kiss. Here you are. Well, Mr. Boynton?
Water! Water!
It's a lucky thing I gave him one of my mild ones.
It's taken our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at...
Hey, Red, this is your chance. Now, you want to hear the poem, Jim? All right. For the whitest voice you had ever seen, try new tide in your voice machine. And quick as a flash, they're all through, and the time you say will be all for you.
From Hollywood, Procter & Gamble's Tide, the largest selling wash day product in America, proudly presents the Red Skelton program. With Red Skelton, David Rose, and his orchestra, our scene stars the four nights, Lorene Tuttle, Mr. Pat McGee, and Dick Ryan, Martha Wentworth, and John Holbrook, will be me, Rod O'Connor. He doesn't spend all his time clowning before the cameras for MGM or broadcasting for Procter & Gamble. No, sir. And just to prove it, let's go on a shopping spree with Red Skelton.
I see now.
Miss Skelton, I thought you were going shopping.
Well, I am. I'm just looking through the paper for some bargains. Hey, here's a good deal. Listen to this. Fire sale. All goods 50% off. Store opens at 10 a.m. right after we get the fire started.
You better keep away from them sales, Mr. Skelton.
Yeah.
Remember what happened to you the last sale you went to?
Yeah, I went to another one the other day. Mickey Cohen's Haberdashery. His prices haven't been cut. They've been rubbed out.
Yeah, and you were so carried away. You bought 3 tweed bulletproof vests.
Yeah. And the writer that wrote that had better wear all 3 of them. I'm going to shoot him. You're a traitor to accept jokes like that.
Mr. Skelton, you shouldn't talk to your houseboy that way.
Boy. Get a load of the boy, will you? This guy is so old, he still has goose pimples from the Ice Age.
Well, I admit I'm not as young as I used to be.
You never were. Look, why don't you come and go shopping with me?
No, I wouldn't even consider it.
Why?
Oh, no, all that.
Yeah,
no, I say no,
This
sir.
is the exciting part.
I know. all that money changing. Don't you know that money is full of all kinds of germs that cause diseases? Why, you couldn't pay me to touch that filthy stuff.
Really?
No.
You ever thought of running for president? We could use a guy like you along about right now. Hey, ain't it wonderful? Hey, you know what? Well, you know what's so wonderful about money? President Roosevelt got his head on a dime, and Truman is trying to get his hands on all of it. And it ain't in here either. I probably won't be next week myself.
Mr. Skelton, I wonder if while you're downtown you pick up a few items for the house.
Oh?
One thing that we do need is a new mousetrap.
Why, are the mouses complaining?
Well, you've got to admit, we've been using the same trap for a long time.
Yeah?
The spring's so sharp that instead of catching the mice, it just massages them and then lets them go.
They like it so well they're bringing their own cheese with them. Well, I might have to buy myself some new socks, you know.
Oh, yeah? I thought Mr. Skelton was knitting you a pair of Argyle.
It's going to be a scarf now. She got in the wrong lane and couldn't make a turn at the corner. What else do we need? Anything else?
Well, I do need a 1950 calendar for the kitchen.
Well, now, I got you an Esquire calendar to hang up in the pantry.
Yes, I know, Mr. Skelton, but I couldn't restrain myself. I'm already up to July.
Well, can you think of anything else you need from downtown?
Oh, yes, there's one more thing.
What's that?
And I'd appreciate if you'd get me an electric blanket. You know, these nights, they're pretty cold.
I've got news for you, bub. Huh? You'll use smudge pots like the rest of it. Well, give me the list you've got there. I'll try to pick up some of that stuff. I'll see you later, Fred.
Yeah, I do hope so.
Yeah, I do too. I'll establish the sound effects like Benny does. Oh, darn, I forgot that Georgia is using the car. Oh, well, I'll ride the bus. Whoop. Oh, hi, O'Connor.
Hi, Skelton. Where are you walking?
Turn back a page and find out. Hey, how about giving me a lift downtown? I want to do some shopping.
Well, sure, hop in. I'm driving the 4 nights down to the recording studio.
Oh, I didn't see you guys back there. How are you, fellas?
Living, man, living.
Fine. Hey, is this a new car?
Yeah, how do you like it?
Well, but you just bought a new car 2 months ago. How come you got this one?
Well, I couldn't keep up the payments on the other one, so I bought this. Well, should we start downtown?
No, let's just sit here for a while and drive the sponsor crazy. Come on, let's go, huh? Hey, what are you boys going to record?
An old one that's getting popular again. Oh, Miss Hannah.
Oh, Miss Hannah, ain't you coming out tonight? Mockingbirds and singing, and the moon am shining bright. Roses am nodding and swaying in the breeze. Get on your Sunday go to meeting clothes and come along, please. Can't you hear the banjo strumming? Can't you hear the fiddle call? Can't you hear the folks dancing in the Odd Fellows Hall? We'll go strolling down the levee by the light of the moon, listening to the fiddle and the mockingbird tune. Oh, Miss Hannah, the cotton fields am white as snow. Way out on the river, I can hear those steamboats blow. Music and the moonlight have got me in a trance. Oh, Lordy me, Miss Hannah, let's go to that dance. Oh, Miss Hannah, the got fields and white as snow. Way out on the river, like the yellow steamboats flow. Music and the moonlight have got me in a trance. Oh, Lordy me, Miss Hannah, let's go to that dance. Miss Hannah, let's go to that dance.
Here's a brand new Tide Miracle. Now with Tide, you can get your wash sparkling clean without rinsing. That's right, with Procter & Gamble's Tide, you don't have to rinse. Here's why. Tide gets the dirt out of clothes and keeps it suspended in the sudsy water. So when you wring or spin dry your clothes, the dirt goes out along with the wash water. Your clothes come out clean, white, fresh. They dry soft and fluffy, iron easily, smell sweet and clean. Yes, I said clean. You know how clean Tide has always washed your clothes with rinse. Cleaner than any other washing product you can buy. Now, we want you to try Tide without rinsing and compare the results. Why, it's unbelievable how bright, fresh, and clean your clothes will be. And think of the time and work you save. You can cut your wash day work in half. Yes, it's another new wash day miracle from Tide. Try it. Use Tide and get your clothes really clean without rinsing.
Tide is dirt. How Tide gets clothes cleaner than all of them. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Boy, these January clearance sales sure bring a lot of shoppers downtown.
Yeah,
Be careful crossing the street, Red.
Yeah, what? Hey, look out! Here comes a car! Must have been an out-of-towner. He missed me.
Say, here's the main entrance to the store. Now, watch those revolving doors.
Yeah, they're kind of tricky, aren't they? Hey, I wonder where the men's department is in here.
Well, that's that guy at the information desk.
Okay. Say, information, could you direct me to the men's department?
Oh, yes.
Well, hurry up. It'll be gone before you find it. You know.
Let me see now. You wanted to know where the ladies' lingerie was?
Yes. No. The men's department.
Oh, yes. Well, perhaps you'd better ask at the information booth.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the information booth. Well, what do you think you're doing? This guy thinks he's selling kisses at a bazaar.
Well, I'm very sorry. See, I'm new at this job.
Yeah.
I used to be
Oh, that must have been interesting work.
No, I hated it. Now, the rug department that you were looking for is...
Look. Yes. Dunninger. Just tell me, where can I buy some men's shorts, socks, and T-shirts? That's all I want.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Yeah.
That would be in the men's department.
Well, I know that, but where is it?
Right where it's always been.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so forgetful. On my way to work, I drop breadcrumbs so I can find my way home at night. Now, let me see. You go up to
a brain like him would need something like that.
You go up to the... Oh, dear. It's right here on the tip of my tongue.
Well, stick it out. I'll help you look for it. Never mind. I'll find a place myself.
Just a moment there. You can't walk out at me this way. I'll report you to the manager. I'm a customer in the store, and I demand service.
Oh, well, what are you going to... I'm the customer. Look, you're the one that works here.
Why do these stores hire such incompetent help? I'll have your job for this young man. Where is the store manager? Store manager! Store manager! Do come!
Probably find him in the back there with Chloe somewhere. There's nothing wrong with that guy, just his head keeps ignoring him is all.
Well, come on. We'll find the men's department.
Oh, hey, Rod, look, there's that old gal who's always panhandling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get a load of that old fur coat.
Yeah. I've seen more hair on bacon. Get a good grip on your wallet and let's go say hello to her. And don't get too close to that fur coat. I hear it bites. Hello, Polly.
Oh, hello, youngster. I thought for a minute you were Star Detective.
Yeah, we saw you shoplifting merchandise into your shopping bag.
Now, don't get me wrong, youngsters. I'm just exchanging some of the presents I shoplifted for Christmas.
Oh, now, come, you really wouldn't do anything dishonest, would you?
Well, Mr. Skelton, I do try to keep my feet on the straight and narrow path, but occasionally my hands reach out a little to each side. Say, I wanted to make an important phone call. Could either of you boys spare a slug?
No, here's a nickel.
Oh, thanks. Gee, I hate to put a good nickel in the phone. But I guess I could tie a string to it. Oh, you're very nice to me, Mr. Skelton. I'm going to send you a new wallet next Christmas.
Well, thanks. I like the one I have now.
Okay, I'll send you that.
Okay, give it back.
All right, youngster. You make me feel like an amateur. I've worked so hard.
Oh, now, don't cry. Take my handkerchief.
Thanks. I already did. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have an old stale bagel on you, would you?
Hey, my ring is missing.
Your ring?
Oh, now that's a shame. What did it look like, Buster?
Look just like the one on your thumb.
Oh. Well, can I keep it for a few days? You can have it back just as soon as you redeem it from the pawnbroker.
Give him his ring back, Polly. Come on.
Oh, all right. Here you are, youngster.
Yeah, give him the stone, too. Here. And get your hands out of my pocket.
Well, I was just checking to see if you'd carelessly left anything laying around loose in there.
Let me ask something. Were you really a silent picture star?
Oh, yeah, I was. Well, I once had 3 swimming pools in my backyard. Yeah. Now, as soon as it gets dark on Saturday night, I have to use the neighbor's bird bath. Hey, buddy, you wouldn't happen to have a couple of old inner tubes on you, would you? My garters are sharp.
No, I don't have any inner tube.
Say, there's a man over there giving me the eye.
One of your old admirers?
No, the store detective. I better move on. My leash is up. See you around, youngster.
Where to now, Red?
Well, I'm going over to this counter and see if I can buy some socks.
Okay, I'm going up the sporting goods department. I'm fresh out of tiddlywinks. I'm going to try and get some loaded tiddlies. Oh, look who's in the sporting goods department. That punchy ex-fighter, Cauliflower McPug. Hey, Cauliflower, what are you doing?
Hey, referee, what's the count, huh? What's the count? Yeah, don't throw in the towel yet. I can keep going for a couple more rounds, you know. I can go a little more.
I'm not the referee. I'm Rod O'Connor.
Oh, you know me, huh?
Yeah.
You know me, huh? Hey, you didn't happen to see my fight at Pismo Beach last night, did you?
Well, no.
Well, that makes 2 of us that missed it there. Well, I sure had that Beetle Punk Clancy baffled there for 3 rounds. He couldn't lay a glove on me. He couldn't lay a glove on me, and I was landing his feet all the time.
Well, you know, you ought to quit fighting.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to be like them other guys, you know. They stay in the ring so long they start hearing birds singing, you know. Mm-hmm. And you start hearing birds singing, you're gone, boy. You're gone. Birds and bells, they'll get you every time, you know. Where did you know me? My, what a beautiful canary. Listen.
Well, does your wife like you to fight?
Well, I'll turn a page and find out. Yeah, she liked to fight because she knows she can lick me, but that's because I ain't figured out her style yet, see? I mean, why don't we toss our little feathered friend some crumbs here?
Well, there's no bird around here.
What's doing that chirping, a mouse? You know something? My manager told me if Joe Lewis comes out of retirement, I might get a crack at him. Me fight Joe Lewis. How about that? Me fight Joe Lewis. Who's Joe Lewis, huh?
Well, how long have you been fighting, Cauliflower?
10 years. I had 52 fights, all of them knockouts. I took the count on every one of them. I used to walk out and the referee said, give a clean fight. I said, you can count on me. He said, I intend to. You know? They couldn't let them birds fly around loose in the store like that, you know. Answer the phone, will you? Pretty good fighter. Hey, look at my nose. Look at my nose from one fight I had. Look at my nose.
Boy, it's really mashed in between your eyes.
Well, that's my ear. My nose is on the side of my head. I was a great fighter, though. This was my stance. See, this was my stance. Not for long, but that was it. I wonder why that robin didn't go south for the rest of them birds.
You know, I think you've got a screw loose.
Huh?
I think you've got a screw loose.
Loose? Yo look good, yo lose.
Well, what are you doing here in the sporting goods department? Do you work here?
No, I come in here to train. You hear that? You hear that?
What?
That bird just answered the phone. Hey, how about putting on the gloves? How about putting on the gloves and sparring around with me a little bit, huh? How about sparring around with me?
No, I'm getting out of here. I think I'm beginning to hear birds, too.
Well, I'm glad. For a minute I thought I was going nuts. Well, I gotta get home. I'm late. The 6 o'clock whistle just blew.
Gee, wonder where Skelton is. Oh, there he is in the music department.
What other Dave Rose albums do you have?
Here's a beautiful record that just came in of David Rose and his orchestra playing I Can Dream, can I?
Well, I wouldn't care to hear that.
What?
Go ahead, Dave.
Ladies, here's a brand new Tide Miracle. Now with Tide, you can get your wash really clean without rinsing. That's right. With Procter & Gamble's Tide, there's no need to rinse. Here's why. Tide gets the dirt out of clothes and keeps it suspended in the sudsy water. When you wring or spin dry your clothes, the dirt goes out along with the wash water. Your clothes are clean, white, fresh. They dry soft and fluffy. Iron easily. Smell sweet and clean. Yes, clean. You know how clean Tide washes clothes with rinsing. Cleaner than any other washing product you can buy. Now, try Tide without rinsing and compare the results. It's unbelievable how bright, fresh, and clean your clothes will be. And you save time and work. Why, you can cut your wash day work in half. So try it next wash day. Use Tide and get really clean clothes without rinsing.
Hey, Red, have you finished your shopping?
No, I still got to buy myself some shorts.
Say, isn't that sales girl the old Southern Pride that used to be a waitress?
Yeah, how about that?
Looks a lot better. She's done something to her hair.
I think she traded in for a new model, if you ask me.
Well, hello, fellas. What's on your little old mind?
Well, nothing now. You all scared it away. Hey, don't they have any men's sales clerks here?
Oh, sure, we got loads and loads of them. But what's wrong with me?
I ain't got the heart to answer. Your uncle's here.
Oh, you're cute. Turnip green. Can I wait on you?
Well, yes, Jezebel. I would like some, I'd like some shorts.
What?
You know, underwear.
Oh, you mean drawers.
That was the Mason-Dixon line there.
My goodness, how can you speak of such personal items on such short acquaintance? I hardly know you. You yank sharp reasons.
Look, when you stop to catch your breath, I still would like to buy some shorts.
Color?
Purple.
Nylon or broadcloth?
Broadcloth, yes.
Size?
36.
Inches or feet?
You pencil that in. Give it to me in yards, and then I won't have to wear any pants.
Hey, do you think you have any shorts that would fit me?
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Our sizes only go up to extra large. But you might try the drapery department. You want these shorts, Cat Tom?
Yeah.
Is this a charge?
No, I'll pay cash. Here's $5.
Cash? Ham's hammer must have been good today. Well, I'll get your change. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
You know, she has a nice walk.
Yeah, she's very graceful the way she gets around on all fours.
Here she comes.
Yeah.
Oh, see? Now, here's your change. Now, let's see. You gave me $5 and your bill came to $4.98, and I used 1 penny for the gum I chewed up trying to figure out your bill.
Yeah. Well, you can keep the other penny. Just put it in that slot in your head, will you? Come on, let's go, Rod.
Oh, thank you kindly, fellas. Drop around and see little old me again.
Yeah, well, you just drop.
Let's get out of here. Yeah. Did you get everything read?
Yeah, let's get going. Come on.
Hey, look at that jerk going round and around the revolving
That's
door.
Willie Lump.
Well, I better go help him.
Look, I don't want to get mixed up with the guy. I'll go out the side exit and I'll meet you in the car.
Okay. Hey, Willie, why do you keep going around in that revolving door?
Oh, let's not get nosy, boss. I've been trying to get through this door for the last 3 hours. There must be an end to it someplace.
Well, haven't you ever seen a revolving door before?
I got news for you, Buster. Everything I see is revolving. Now stand back. I'm going into the store.
Hiya, Willie.
You move. Look, why don't you stop following me around, huh?
Look, I haven't moved, Willie. Yeah. You don't know how to go through one of those doors.
That's no door. That's an overgrown mixmaster. I didn't know better. I'd think I'd been drinking, and I do know better, and I have.
Look, why don't you give up and go home?
Gosh, no use. You know, my apartment house I live in got a door just like that. Just like, you know that I've never seen the inside of my house.
What? I'd believe anything coming from you.
You would believe anything. You're the type that would. I knew that the minute I walked up there. So you don't look right to me, man. You just don't look right. That's all, no, sir. You just don't look right to me. I've seen my day, but you just don't look right.
Now, look, let's not start that again.
Look, it's a free country and I can say anything I like. You just don't look right. I try. You just don't.
Go take another spin through that door.
Hey, can you keep a secret?
Well, sure.
Don't spread this around.
No.
You just don't look right.
Cut it out, Willie. People are looking at
you probably don't look right to them either. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. How did I go across the street with me and join me in an olive or two?
I don't like olives.
You don't, huh?
No, I don't.
Well, neither do I, but I sure like that stuff you bob for, man.
Well, some other time.
I'll see you later. Well, I see my chauffeur has arrived. I'll see you later, boy. Coming, officer, coming.
Thanks for being with us, and until next Sunday.
This is Red Skelton saying thanks for listening, and thanks for buying more and more of the Wash Day Miracle Tide.
Tide is just out, T-I-D-E, tide.
Special offer from new Dream Shampoo with Beauty Conditioner. Dream Shampoo now contains a wonderful new beauty conditioner. It's an exclusive cleansing agent that conditions your hair to natural softness and sheen. The makers of this new Dream are so sure you'll like it, they're paying you money just to try it. Right now you can get a 49-cent bottle of new Dream in a special coupon carton worth 20 cents. Yes, you mail in the coupon and get back 20 cents in cash just for trying this wonderful new shampoo. This offer is good for a limited time only, so tomorrow, hurry to any cosmetic counter where they carry new Dream Shampoo with Beauty Conditioner. Someone has said no man ever stands so straight as when he stoops to help a child. Behind this idea stands an organization, the Big Brothers of America, ready to bring a mature, intelligent, and well-rounded man into a personal relationship with a growing boy who might otherwise lose his way of life. A big brother, through affection, friendship, and guidance, helps the unhappy, maladjusted boy find the right road. Everyone can share in this work. Volunteer your services or your support now.
We little kids will appreciate it.
Join us again next Sunday for the Red Skelton Show. Red Skelton was heard in this program to the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel the first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And with Election Day just around the corner, we remind you of the famous speech of Senator Rufus G. Blowhard when he rose to utter these deathless words.
Well, Costello, what's going on here? Costello.
All right. Quiet, Hector. Down, Hector.
Costello, what's the idea of bringing that dog in here? Where did you get him?
Oh, I found him, Abbott.
Well, let him loose.
Oh, no, not me. I'm not going to lose him. I'm going to keep him. He's a genuine airplane dog.
An airplane dog?
Yeah, look at his tail spin.
No. Costello, you're going to take that dog out of here right now.
Oh, no, Abbott. Please
Yes.
don't ask me to do that.
I said yes.
Don't make me chase this little dog away.
Now?
He's taking the place of my other little dog that died. His name was Girdle.
Girdle?
Yep.
How did you happen to name a dog Girdle?
Because we kept him tied up in the daytime, we let him out at night.
Oh, I remember that dog you had. He was a dachshund. One of those long dogs.
Yeah, my mother bought that long dog for us kids so we could all pet him at the same time.
How did he happen to die, Lou?
It's a sad tale, Abbott.
Well?
He met his end going around a tree. All right, Hector, all right. Quiet. Listen to him, Abbott. He's got asthma.
Costello, will you please get that mutt out of here?
No, he's a smart dog. I'm not going to do it. He's a smart dog.
I said get him out of here.
No, I won't. Look, Hector, how much is 1 and 1? See? Now, he's right, ain't he, Abbott?
Well, yeah.
1 and 1 is like that, ain't it?
Yeah, sure.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is.
Now, Hector, how much is 2 and 2? Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Now, Hector, tell Abbott what time it is. 7:15. You know, I think we should have got a real dog for this part. The producer is always putting his relatives on the show. Just like me and my Uncle Artie Stebbins.
Now, look, Costello.
He gets in.
Listen, you've got to get rid of this dog. Now, I know what we'll do. We'll take this dog out on the street, and we'll auction him off. We'll probably get $3 or $4 for him. Now, come on.
Okay.
Now, let's get started here. Ladies and gentlemen, step right up here. We are about to auction off this beautiful dog. In fact, neighbors, he is one of the most famous dogs in Hollywood.
What kind of a dog is he, mister?
Lady, do you remember the famous dog Strongheart?
Yes, I remember Strongheart.
Well, this is his brother, Weak Liver.
I think that dog is a flea hound. Look, he's scratching himself.
You're wrong, madam. He's a watchdog. He's winding himself up.
Costello, will you please step aside? Now, madam, would you like to make the first bid for this dog?
Well, I didn't intend to bid.
You didn't what?
Intend?
$10 has been bid by the lady. Who'll make it 11?
Now, just a minute. Don't pull any of those dirty...
$36 has been bid. Do I hear 37?
Just a minute, you crooks. My wife didn't bid for that dog.
She certainly did.
I'll give you 6 to 5.
65 has been bid by this gentleman. Who'll make it 66?
Oh, come on, Eddie.
$80 has been bid.
And what? And what I'll buy for $80? Why, you can raise $500 on this dog.
Oh, yeah? You'd have to be Tarzan to raise $500 on that dog.
You'd have to be what?
Tarzan.
Sold! Sold to this gentleman for $1,000.
Ah, you guys are nothing but fakes. Come on, dear, let's get out of here.
Okay.
Hey,
Excuse me, go ahead.
Come here, Costello. Costello.
What?
The crowd is breaking up. Hurry up.
Okay.
Get out there among the people and be a shill. Now, if somebody says $1, you say $2. If somebody says $2, you say $3.
I get it.
You
I
got
know
it?
what you mean.
Yeah.
Well, whatever it is the bid, I keep raising the price.
That's right.
Woo!
All right, now, who will bid $1 to start the sale?
I will.
Quiet, Costello. You have no money.
I'll bid $1.
That's fine. Now, who'll say $2? Please, won't somebody say $2? Will the lady who said $1 say $1 again?
$2.
Ah, that's better. Thank you. Will anybody say $3?
$3.
Thank you, sir. Now, will anybody say $4?
$4.
So, this beautiful dog for $4. Now, will the winner... Wait a minute, where's the winner?
Right
Will you please raise your hand, please? Yes,
Over here.
Costello.
Right here.
Costello.
It was me.
Get back in that crowd.
Okay.
Get back there. You haven't got a dime. Folks, there's been a mistake in the bidding. Will the gentleman who said $3 bid again?
$3.
Would you like to make it $4?
No, $3 as far as I go.
But this dog is worth at least $4. Won't somebody please say $4? Please.
Well.
Very well. Going once for $3. Going
$4.
Quiet. Who said $4?
I said $4.
Thank you. Sold for $4. Who said that $4? Raise your hand again.
I did again.
Costello, what's the matter with you? That's the second time you've gummed up the auction. Why don't you keep out of this? You haven't got a dime.
Can I help it if I love dogs?
Oh, please.
T, the letter T, 20th letter of the alphabet. And to every smoker, a letter of first importance. It stands for taste and for throat. In other words, your T-zone. And T for truth, too, because your T-zone gives you the truthful answer to the question of which cigarette is best for you. Try the kind, cool mildness of Camels on your own throat. Try the rich, full, fresh flavor of Camels on your taste. And furthermore, that T stands for tobaccos, too. The superb blend of costlier tobaccos that gives Camel such an appeal to the T-zone of millions of smokers.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camels. And T stands for try, too, and for today. Try them on your T-zone today.
Well. Come right in, gentlemen. Welcome to Red Morton's Pet Shop. Say, that looks like my lost dog you have there.
Yes, Mr. Morton. My friend Costello found your dog, and I made him bring him back.
Well, that's fine. And here's your $25 reward.
Mr. Morton, I don't want the reward. I want to keep the dog. I love that little pooch.
Well, young man, the dog is for sale, but I must warn you, he's very valuable. This dog is worth $200.
He's worth $200. How could a little dog save up all that money?
Costello, Mr. Morton means you'll have to pay $200 for the dog.
That's right, young man. Have you any idea about what this dog's breed is?
His what?
His breed.
He breathes through his nose like anybody else.
Costello, we're wasting this man's time now. You can't afford to buy this
Oh, no,
dog.
wait a minute, Abbott.
You can't afford it.
I gotta have this dog. Mr. Morton, why can't I go to work for you in your pet shop? I'll let you keep all my salary to pay for the dog.
Very well, young man. I'll pay you whatever you're worth.
Oh, no, I gotta have some money.
Mr. Morton, Costello take the job. Now have him here at 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, Costello, it was our first day in Mr. Morton's pet shop. So be on your toes. Uh-oh, here comes a customer.
Good morning, madam. What can I do for you?
I'd like 10 cents worth of dog meat.
Shall I wrap it up or will you eat it here?
Oh, I'll never come in this place again.
Now, see what you did, Costello?
She died with Dick Mack.
Yeah. That lady drove away in a huff, and she's fuming.
It must be that ration gas we're getting.
Now, look. Please get busy, Costello, and take care of those puppies.
Hey, I forgot to tell you, Abbott.
What?
One of these puppies have the sniffles. I don't know what to do.
Well, if the puppy has a cold, just fill a long tube with some cold medicine. Then place one end of the tube in the dog's mouth and take a deep breath and blow.
That's no good. I tried it.
And what happened?
The dog blew first.
Wait a minute. Hello, Morton's Pet Shop. Who? Mrs. Pike? Oh, yes, I'll send Costello over for it. What kind of a dog have you? A Pekingese? Okay, Mrs. Pike. Costello, I want you to go over and get a peek at Mrs. Pike's.
Get a peek at Mrs. Pike's?
Yes.
Well, why can't I take a good look?
Listen, you dummy, I want you to go after Pike's Peak.
You want me to go after Pike's Peak? What am I, a mountain climber?
Look, Costello, I want you to go to Mrs. Pike's house and you'll see her peek around the yard.
I'll see her peek around the yard?
Yeah.
Well, what do you want me to do? Play hide and seek with her?
No.
Look, Abbott, tush.
What do you mean?
I gotta finish washing the dog.
What dog?
You know, the little white dog that,
Spitz?
No, but he drools a little.
Never mind that. Now, after you come back from Mrs. Pike's, I want you to take care of Mrs. Brown's chow.
Her what?
Her chow. How is Mrs. Brown's chow?
What are you asking me for? I never ate at the lady's house.
Do you realize that Mr. Morton is going to fire you before you even earn $1 to pay for that dog?
No, he ain't, Abbott, because I got a big idea. Do you see that poster on the wall?
Yes.
It says Big Dog Show tonight. First prize, $200.
So?
I'm going to take Hector to the dog show. He'll win the money, and I'll pay Mr. Morton in full.
But, Costello, you can't take that dog away from the store. Suppose Mr. Morton comes back and finds the dog's coop empty. Why, he could have you arrested. Just think of the headline in the papers. Costello takes dog and flees.
Oh, no, I'm just taking a dog. I'm going to leave the fleas here. Anyway, Abbott, he'll never know the dog is missing. I'll get my little brother Sebastian to hide in the coop, and he'll take the dog's place till we get back.
Now, Costello, that's ridiculous. Sebastian could never fool Mr. Morton into believing he's a dog.
Is that so?
Certainly.
He's fooled plenty of people already.
You mean people really mistake Sebastian for a dog?
Well, he's only 7 years old, and my mother had to buy him back from the dog catchers 5 times.
Oh, now, please.
Who'll win first prize at the dog show may be a moot question, but there's no questioning the fact that first prize at the singing sweepstakes will go to our lovely Connie Haynes as she sings Dance with a Dove.
As I was walking down the street, I met somebody who was mighty sweet, mighty fine to see. I asked him, would he like to have a talk, make some talk. All the girlies standing on the walk, wishing they were me. Mama, let me dress up tonight. I've got a secret, gonna fess up tonight. Gonna dance by the light of the moon. Gonna dance with a dolly with a fool in a stocking. Knees keep a knocking, toes keep a rocking. Dance with a dolly with a hole in a stocking. Dance by the light of the moon. As I was walking down the street, met somebody who was mighty sweet, mighty fine to see. Asked him would he like to have a talk, make some talk. Oh, the girl is standing on the wall, wishing they were me. Mama, mama, let me dress up tonight, dress up tonight, dress up tonight. I've got a secret, gonna dress up tonight, gonna dance by the light of the moon. Gonna dance with a dolly, holding a stocking, knees keep a knocking, toes keep a rocking. Jag with a dolly with a hole in a stocking, gonna dance by the light of the moon. Gonna dance with a dolly by the light of the moon.
For years you have been saying, camels, please, and always a man behind the counter came back with that familiar pack and a hearty, yes, sir. Well, he doesn't feel too happy these days when occasionally he has to change that to, that yes, sir, to, sorry, no camels today. But remember this, Camel's kind, cool, gentle mildness and the rich, full, fresh flavor of Camel's unique blend of costlier tobaccos definitely make Camels worth asking for again the very next time you're buying cigarettes. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, the cigarette to ask for every time. Quiet, everybody, quiet. We are about to start the great North Hollywood Dog Show. Now, all you people who have entries will kindly form a line to the right and file your dog past the judges.
Costello, what are you doing?
The guy told me to file my dog.
Put that file down. The man wants you to promenade your dog.
I can't do that, Abbott. I left my promenade home.
What promenade?
The promenade I put on my hair.
No, you dummy. The stuff you put on your hair is pomade.
Oh, no, it ain't, Abbott. Pomade is the stuff my father drinks.
Your father drinks pomade?
Mm-hmm. Pa made it, and Pa drinks it.
Blood! I must have blood. Gallons of blood. I've got to have blood.
Who are you?
Oh, just an old bloodhound.
Oh, look, Niles, will you get out of here? Look, Niles, you're so skinny, if you had any blood, you'd look like a thermometer. At low temperature.
Gentlemen, come. You're holding up the dog show. I'm anxious to get started. I expect to win the first prize with my dog.
You could win it without the dog.
Now, Costello, that's no way to talk to a lady.
That's right, young man. I am the great dog fancier, Mrs. Beacon Van Storage. I have one of the largest kennels in the country.
Well, why don't you go on a diet?
Oh, you think you're so smart, but your dog will never beat my dog. He's a Doberman Pinscher.
A Doberman what?
Pinscher. Low. Why, I'm surprised. What are you doing?
You told me to pinch her.
Well, come on, Costello. It's time to take the dogs into the judging ring.
Yeah, come on, Hector. All right, take it easy. Hector, will you stop painting? Stop it. Now, we got to go in there and win that $200, and then you'll belong all to me.
Well, don't tell me it's our old friend Kitzel.
Could be, yes. You know, I came here to win the dog show. I got some very uppity puppities. Yes, sir. Just take a look on this fine dog. Come here, Einstein.
Hey, Kitzel.
Yes.
Why do you call him Einstein?
Well, because nobody can explain his relativity. Oh, my, he's a fine dog.
Hey, Kitzel, he looks more like a pointer setter.
For goodness sake, what's a pointer setter?
He sits in the kitchen and points at the icebox. I don't think you'll ever win a prize with that dog, Kitzel. Believe me, I don't think you'll ever win. You might as well take your dog and get out of here.
Now, wait a minute, Lou.
My little dog's got to win.
I know, but wait a minute, Lou.
$200.
I
I've
understand
got to
that,
for
but
that
listen.
little dog.
But that's no way to
Kitzel,
talk.
get your dog out of here.
I know, that's no way to talk about other dogs, Lou. Kitzel has a fine-looking dog there.
Yeah, but Abbott, he don't look healthy to me. What makes his tongue hang way out like that?
What makes his tongue hang way out? He was born with a long tail and he's trying to keep his balance.
Well, I don't believe it.
Yes.
No.
Yes,
I think he's trying to pick up dimes.
No.
Hey, Kitzel, can your dog do any tricks?
Oh, he plays a little pinochle.
Pinochle? You mean your dog plays cards? Well, he must be plenty smart.
Oh, Pish-Posh, he's not so smart. Last night I beat him 2 games out of 3.
Look, your dog don't compare to my dog, Kitzel. Now, Hector can really do good tricks.
Yes.
Would you like to see him climb a ladder?
Your dog can climb a ladder.
Uh-huh.
This I got to see.
Well, this you're going to see. Come here, Hector. Attaboy, Hector. Look, Hector, I want you to start climbing the ladder. There he goes. Now he's on the first rung, the second, the third rung. There you are, Kitzel. He went all the way up to the top. Okay, Hector. Now jump down in my arms. Attaboy. That's what I call climbing a ladder.
Now, just a second. For goodness sake. I don't see any ladder.
Why, he hasn't learned to do it with a ladder yet. Oh.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. The judges of the dog show have reached a decision. We are awarding the first prize of $200 to this little fat dog here wearing the brown blanket.
Now, wait a minute, Niles. You're pointing at me, and I ain't no dog. My ears are too short. What am I saying?
Will you be quiet, Costello? You want to make a liar out of the judges?
I killed that one, didn't I?
All right. Look, Costello, don't argue. You've got the $200. Let's go. Now, we've got to get back to Morton's pet shop and get your brother Sebastian out of that dog coop.
Oh-ho! So there you are, Costello, you dog thief. What's the idea of taking my champion dog out of his coop and putting that little boy in there?
Mr. Morton, I just borrowed the dog for a little while. Oh, please, Mr. Morton. I only took him out on a government plan.
You took him out on the government plan?
Yeah, Lend-Leash.
Oh,
that's the leash I could do.
All right. Look, Mr. Morton, Costello hasn't harmed the dog, and he now has the $200 to pay you for him.
That's right, Mr. Morton. Here's the money. Wrap the dog up as a gift.
Wrap the dog? I've got a good notion to wrap you in the nose. You left your little brother in that coop, and when I went to let him out, he bit me.
He bit you? Sebastian, come out of that coop.
Yes, Sebastian. Come here. Did you really bite Mr. Morton?
Yes, I did, Uncle Bud. I snuck up and bit him while he was feeding his other pets.
Now, wait a minute, Sebastian. Where did you bite him?
I bit him between the birdcage and the fishbowl.
Sebastian, don't you know it's wrong to bite people? Don't you realize that you can cause a great deal of harm and trouble?
I know it.
And that eventually you might even go to jail.
That's right, Uncle Bud.
Why do you do these things, Sebastian?
I don't know why I do these things.
Well, you must have a reason for it.
Oh, I'm a bad boy!
I heard enough of this. I'm not only keeping the dog, but I'm taking the $200 for personal damages, and I'm throwing you 3 bums out of here.
Hey, Abbott, look what he did. He broke my watch crystal.
It's all your fault, Sebastian. Why did you bite Mr. Morton?
I'll tell you why I bit him, Uncle Bud. I didn't mind it this morning when he threw me that kibble dog biscuit. I even ate the bones he gave me for lunch. And I didn't mind it when he clipped my ears and covered me with flea powder. But when the guy hit me on the head because I wouldn't wag my tail, that did it.
We'll bring Abbott and Costello back in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Sergeant Phil R. Hamp of Avalon, Pennsylvania. Crawling under enemy fire to a dugout housing 70 Nazis, he wounded one and sent the others scurrying into capture. For this exploit, he wears the Silver Star and tonight rates this salute in his honor. 400,000 Camel cigarettes sent to our fighters overseas.
He's Each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, a shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore. Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks. And next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. And now, as promised, a few final words from Bud and Lou.
Well, the final words will be very short. Just good night, folks.
Good night, and buy plenty of bonds.
Buy bonds
Everybody.
from
Buy
everybody.
bonds.
Good night, friends. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, try Camels on your throat and your taste. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
Every student of human behavior knows that women like masculine things. The rough caress of a tweed shoulder against a soft cheek, the gleam of fine polished leather, the look of a pipe in a man's mouth. However, if you delve a little deeper into feminine psychology, you will find that the appeal of that pipe sometimes drops way down when its smoke meets dainty feminine nostrils. What can you do about it? That's easy. Just pack that pet pipe of yours with Prince Albert. Its fragrance, its grand aged-in-the-wood aroma will complete your pipe appeal with the lady you wish to impress. And that wonderful flavor, too. Rich, full-bodied, yet mild. And Prince Albert's crimp cut gives you firm packing, easy drawing, and even burning right through the last puff. PA is gentle to your tongue, too, because of its no-bite treatment. And what a bargain. About 50 thrifty pipefuls in the regular 2-ounce package.
The Abbott and Costello show for Camel Cigarettes was directed by Dick Mack, and this is Ken Niles wishing you a pleasant good night from Hollywood.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You have children?
Yes, sir.
How many?
3.
Are you married?
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is name. N-A-M-E.
Really?
You bet your life. The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Nothing to shout about. They're a dime a dozen. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples, and if any of them say the secret word, the duck will come down and pay them each $50.50. Our duck gives away more money than any other duck on the air. No other poultry farm can make that statement. The word tonight is name. Hasta la vista. Okay, Rockefeller, take off. George, who's first?
Well, Mrs. Sylvia Thompson and her partner Ben Zeppa are waiting.
Are you wearing a foundation?
No.
You look thinner tonight.
I do?
I guess the way you stand.
I guess it must be.
I just thought you were wearing a foundation.
Well?
Have you ever worn one?
No, I never have.
Wouldn't hurt you to...
I think Mrs. Thompson and Mr. Zeppa are still waiting out there. He's
waiting out where?
Right out here.
What, do you have them tied up or something?
No. There they are now.
Oh, well, welcome. Welcome from Moose Lodge, number 9, East Liverpool, Ohio. Say the secret word and you'll divide $101. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Now, let's see. Sylvia Thompson and Ben Zepper, eh? You make quite a combination there. Sylvia, how tall are you?
I'm 6'1" in my stocking feet and almost 6'4" in my heels.
No. Well, do you know a lot of heels? And Shorty, what is your height?
4'8".
4'8", huh? Is that the class you're in? 4'8", you said?
No.
4'8"?
That's my height.
Oh. 4'8" what, I mean?
Feet. 4 feet.
4'8" feet,
inches.
huh? Oh. You're almost as tall as she is. You're the tallest 4'8" I've ever seen. You must have 2 feet elevator shoes on there, ain't you? Huh? Are you married, Sylvia?
Yes, I am. I have a little girl.
Takes care of you also. You have a little girl?
Uh-huh. She's 5 months old.
5 months old, huh? How tall is your husband?
He's 6'6" in his stocking feet.
No. Well, do you all walk around in your stocking feet?
Sure.
Don't you wear any shoes at all in your house?
No, heavens, no.
Well, together you're 13 feet, huh?
Yeah.
Just about. Well, that's an advantage. At least you're never short at the end of the month like most married couples. How did you meet this dinosaur, Sylvia?
Dinosaur?
Isn't she a singer, dinosaur? Well, this giant that captivated you.
Well, we were at a tip-topper dance, and...
You were where?
I met him in a tip-topper dance.
Tip-topper dance?
Yeah, we were
So what do
dancing.
you do? Go walk around, tip your tops?
No, that's a club.
It's a club?
It's a club for tall people.
Oh.
The girls have to be 6 foot in their stocking feet. Stocking feet.
Here we go again.
And the boys have to be 6'4" in their stocking feet.
Pretty gamey around there, isn't it?
And then they say that they're that size too, because in the introductory dinner, well, they measure them, and they have
They measure them? What do they have? An undertaker there that they lie down and measure?
No, they have a little stick that's called Little Joe, and you stand on it in your stocking feet, and you have a light on. The light goes out if you measure that correct height.
And if you don't, the heat goes out, huh?
Well, a lot of times they stretch people. They, one time they
Was
held...
that a 7th inning stretch or just an stretch inning?
One time they put a girl over the balcony and they held her, so she...
They held her in the balcony? I held a girl once in the balcony, but I didn't stretch her. I just held her, that's all, until the usher threw us both out.
And she got in, too.
She got in the balcony?
No, she got in the club.
Well, is the club in the balcony? Don't you have a club downstairs?
No. The club is a social club.
Well, it's quite
With
evident,
all people. And we have lots of fun.
Stretching each other, huh?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Well, you sound like you and your husband make an ideal couple, Sylvia, and if I ever wind up sitting in back of you in a movie theater, I'm certainly going to ask for my money back. Your name is Ben Gazzara?
Who?
Ben Gazzara, is that your name?
No, Ben Zeppo.
Ben Zeppo, eh? That's my brother, Zeppo. You're not my brother, are you?
My name's Ben Zeppo.
You said the sacred word, Ben Zeppo. So you and your partner each get $50.50. Okay, beat it. There you are, and you'll get the 50 cents later. We just don't have any change. See, it used to be $100 for the sacred word. Now it's $101 on account of the other shows giving away such huge sums. No, this is true. We have increased the amount. Because we don't take a back seat for anybody.
I didn't know what I said.
How old are you, Ben?
13.
13. Huh? You must lead a very clean life because you don't look a day over 30. Were you named after Benjamin Franklin?
No.
Who were you named after? Big
My
Ben,
father.
the alarm clock?
No.
Oh, your father is an alarm clock?
No.
Oh. You know, I never was 13 years old. I was 12 once. In fact, I was 12 for about 8 years. In fact, all the brothers were. When we used to travel in Baltimore, if you were 12 or under, then you went on half fare on the railroad train. And for years we traveled this way. I remember once my mother used to travel with us then. We didn't need her, but she thought we did. And the conductor came along and asked for the tickets, and she gave him 4 half-fare tickets. And he says, "Where are the kids?" And she said, "Well, they're around the train someplace." And he looked in the washroom, and Harper was shaving in there. This is true. And the other 2 boys were in the baggage car shooting dice. And I was making a play for a dame across the aisle. The conductor come back and says, "Mrs. Marks, if these kids of yours are under 12, I'm too young to be running this train," and he jumped off at the next station. Actually, how old are you, Ben?
13.
13. Now, you're sticking to that story, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ben, I realize the interests of a 12-year-old boy are pretty varied, but what do you like to do best of all?
I like to sing.
You sing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, what do you sing? Are you in the Glue Club or the Glee Club at school?
No, I don't like the Glee Club too well because they sing these long hair deals. I like popular tunes.
Long hair deals?
Yeah, you know, like, if I were an apple on a tree.
No, I don't. What kind of an apple was it? Do you remember? Well, it must have been a baldwin if it was long-haired, huh? No, it's just the reverse, you think, huh? You know, when I was your age, I sang in a Presbyterian church choir in Madison Avenue, New York. This is true. And I sang in this choir until they found out what was the matter with it. Ben, I'd like to hear you sing. Could you sing something for us? What are your favorites?
Oh, Mambo Italiano, Heart. Puppy songs like that.
Mambo Italiano and what else?
Heart.
Heart. What do you mean, heart?
Heart.
My heart stood still?
No, just Heart.
Heart. Is that the name of it?
Uh-huh.
Heart, huh? Well, is it gotta have heart? Is that the name of it?
No, it's just Heart. That's the first words. You gotta have Heart.
And the name of the song is Heart?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what key do you warble in as a rule?
B flat.
Well, if it isn't good, you'll be flat at the finish. Mr. Meekin, could you knock off a few notes for Ben here? Just fake it. Nobody, including your orchestra, will know the difference. Go ahead, Ben. Tell us.
You gotta have heart. All you really need is heart. When the odds are saying you never win, that's when the grin should start. You gotta have hope. Mustn't sit around and moan. Nothing's half as bad as it may appear. Wait till next year and hope. When your luck is bad and zero, get your chin up off the floor. Mister, you can be a hero. You can open any door. But good, you gotta have heart.
Sing it, Ben.
Miles and miles and miles of heart. Oh, it's fine to be a genius, of course, but get on a horse before the cart. First, you gotta have heart.
Ben, you've got an excellent pair of pipes, and someday if you work hard, you could be another Caruso.
No, an Eddie Fisher.
What? What's that?
Eddie Fisher.
Well, you're a charming couple, and I hope you both make a lot of money tonight, because right now we're going to play You Bet Your Life. Now, you know how to play this game, Ben?
Mm-hmm.
You know you're partners now, and we only want one answer between you.
Mm-hmm.
We start you off with $100, and you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll. Have you met Mr. Fenneman?
No.
Hi, how are you?
Fine.
Hello, man. Mrs. Ben P. What is her name? Mrs. Yeah. How do you do? Don't overdo it, George. Now, you selected the musical category, and these are all top tunes of the last 20 years. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what do you want to start with? 10, 20, 50, all the way to 100?
100.
I think you better discuss this with your partner.
We did.
Oh, you agree? When did you meet? This morning, you two? Now, this song was written in 1936, but it became very popular in 44. Let's see if you can remember it. Play, Jack. You don't know, guess. I'll give you a hint. It's not My Country Tears a Day. It's Poinciana.
You lost half your 100. You still have $50.
Well, now, you've got quite a ways to go. Now, don't go down. What are you going to go for? 90? Originally, this was an old sea shanty, and that became a big hit when a new set of lyrics were added. You tell me the name of it. Okay, Jack. What is it?
Bell-bottom trousers?
Sing it, Ben. Sing it.
Bell-bottom trousers.
That's it. You're a little short in the waist, but that's right. That's for $90, and they now have $140.
Right.
Now what are you going to go for? 80, 50, 30?
80.
$80. This song was written by Ray Noble. Now, you give me the title of it. What is it?
The Very Thought of You?
The Very Thought of You is absolutely on the button.
You now have $220.
Now, it's your last chance to beat the other couples. What are you going to go for? $70? $70. This novelty song was a big hit a few years ago. Let's see if you can identify it. Play, Jack.
How much is that doggy in the window?
You ought to be ashamed to take the money, Ben. That's a pretty easy question for $70.
And you wind up with $290.
Well, thanks and good luck.
We'll return to Groucho's Fest. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Robert McLeod to be on the show tonight, and his partner is Mrs. Pearl Money. Folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to Your Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $101. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Pearl Money and Robert, what is it?
McLeod.
McLeod, huh? Oh. Mrs. Money, last time I saw you, you were in my wallet. Where are you from?
Sadlersville, Tennessee.
Where?
Sadlersville, Tennessee.
Sadlersville? You're from the South. What is your name again, Shorty?
My name is Robert McLeod.
Boy, the natural affinity between the Scots and money is just something that, okay, now beat it. Now, I don't want to see you again tonight. You're pauperizing the DeSoto Company. It's $50 for you and $50 for you because that's the secret word, Ben Piazza. Was that the secret word is Pearl Money. No. Name. Now, what is it? Does everybody call you Shorty or what?
No, I'm affectionately known as Scotty Groucho.
Scotty Groucho?
No, Scotty.
Scotty? Well, that's what they call a dog, isn't it? Yeah. Well, why do they call you Scotty? Are you part Swedish?
No, I'm from a place called Queen's Park, which is in the west side of Glasgow, Scotland.
Oh. Well, if you were 100% proof Scotch, you'd have a government stamp on the top of your head. Unless you were bootlegged. Eh? How tall are you, Scotty?
I'm 5 foot, Groucho.
Oh. Well, I'd like to go on with this chat, but the time has come to play Your Bet Your Life. You both know how to play this game?
Yes, sir.
Well, anyway, we want one answer between you. Remember your partners. You've selected a thumbnail movie quiz. I'll give you a brief synopsis of some of the most famous movies of all time, and you give me the title of the movie. Some of these go quite a way back, and remember, the more the questions, boys, the tougher they are. Yes, it is. Ham. I had my tongue around my eye tooth, and I couldn't see what I was saying. It's an old Ed Wynn joke. Now, what do you want to start with? 10, 20, 50, 100? What?
We'll try $50, Groucho.
$50. Well, that's a good Scottish right. My brothers and I made a picture in which practically the whole cast was crowded into a small stateroom in one scene. What was the name of this movie?
Seven Brides for Seven Brothers.
That would have been a much better title, but it happened to be A Night at the Opera. And now what are you going to try?
You have $50 left from the 100.
So we'll shoot for the other 50, huh, Phil?
Well, you can go for 40 or 60. 50 has been taken now.
50's been taken. We'll take 60.
60. In 1934, both Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable won Academy Awards for their parts in a Frank Capra comedy. You tell me the name of it.
It Happened One Night.
What was that?
It Happened One Night.
That's right. It happened one night.
You now have $110.
Oh, what are you going to try? 70? 80?
We'll try for 100, Groucho.
100. In 1928, Buddy Rogers, Clara Bow, and Richard Arlen starred in the first big picture about World War I flyers. What was the name of this picture?
We fly alone? Hell's Angels.
No, that's very nice, but you're both wrong. It was Wings.
You now have $55.
All right, you still got a chance. Now, what are you going to go for? Little ones are easy. Which one? 80? 40?
We'll go for 80, Groucho.
80. Now, one answer this time. I don't want two answers like you did last time. In 1942, Greer Garson, that's a countrywoman of yours, and Walter Pidgeon starred in a movie about an English family during World War II. What was the name of this picture?
The name of it was Mrs. Miniver.
That's right. Mrs. Miniver's right.
And you wind up with $135. And that means that Mrs. Thompson and Ben Zeppa with $290 get the chance at the $2,000 question. Here's the winning couple, Groucho. Mrs. Thompson and Ben Zeppa all set for the $2,000 question.
Well, here's your chance to get rid of that girl, Ben, and, because you may have money after this. You also may not. All right, here we go for $2,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Captain James Cook discovered the Hawaiian Islands in 1778. For $2,000, what name did Captain Cook give to the Hawaiian Islands? What's the answer you two have decided upon?
I don't know if this is right.
What?
Bahamas?
No, you're wrong. It's the Sandwich Islands. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,500. Well, they lost the big money. How much did they win the quiz?
$290 in the quiz.
And didn't they win the secret word?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Well, how much is that total now?
$390.
No. What about the $1, George?
Oh, I've forgotten about that. $391.
That's better, George. Well, congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
From the 26th of October in 1955, we...
Well, sir, it's about 10 minutes past 7 o'clock as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook and their son, Mr. Rush Gook, settled down for a quiet evening at home. Vic is established at the library table playing solitaire. Sadie occupies the easy chair and glances through the newspaper, while young Rush, prone on the davenport, gazes at the ceiling. And at length his father remarks,
You're not proud and pleased girls up at high school are struck by my good old skull?
No. Vic, hop up and call Fred and Ruthie.
I was so deep in my reflections about Stokepoker's dazzling beauty, I forgot Fred and Ruthie.
I don't make any claims to dazzling beauty, God. I only
Excuse me, please. I must make a telephone call. Is it 2572, say?
Of course, with an X on it. Why don't you keep asking me that?
2572X, please. Correct. I keep asking you that because I'm never sure about the half-wit phone number.
Of all the millions and squillions of times we've called Fred and Ruthie standby.
You forget, Uncle George, that you're generally the one that calls him. I bet I haven't called Fred and Ruthie a dozen times in my whole... hello, is this the fire department? How's Chick, Susie? Uh-huh. Oh, sitting around letting my teeth grow long. Yeah. Say, is the old man home? We were wondering how you'd feel about shuffling a few pasteboards. Okay, Ruthie.
Tell him to hop in the car and come right over. Don't change clothes or anything.
Tell you another guy that thinks he's better looking than I am.
Hi, Ruthie. Yeah? Well, fine. Say, Mrs. Hasher here in the easy chair says to tell you to jump in your chariot and come right over without bothering to change your clothes. Good. Oh, I see. Well, mosey along over whenever you're ready. Okay, Ruthie. Okay. Be seeing ya. Bye, Ruthie.
Fred have to pump up tires?
Yeah.
Darn them tires of his.
I'll tell you another individual that figures he's as good looking as I am. Leland Richards. Well, I'll put my old skull up against his old skull any day in the week for looks. Add up my old skull and my old creamy complexion and my old attractive smile, and you got a grand total.
Rush, Cook, for heaven's sake.
One sickens at one's stomach.
I'm only pointing out to you people that when it comes to good
you
looks...
have to go after ice cream.
Okay. No, I'm only saying that I may be good looking, but at the same
special.
time...
You save 7 cents, and it's generally smoother quality ice cream.
Okay. No, I'm not bragging about my good looks. My good
Will
looks
you
is...
stop that?
Seems to me we went through this same imbecilic chatter before.
Wouldn't be surprised.
No, but it does. I got that feeling you get when you seem to remember being in the same place and saying the same things.
I know what you're talking about, Kyle.
Do you?
One evening about a month ago, we sat here and talked about my good looks. Annabelle Hemstreet had made the statement she didn't think I was so terrible looking.
Yeah, I recall that.
About a month ago. She made the statement, Rush Cook ain't so terrible looking.
Mm.
I think we called up Fred and Ruthie and played 500 that night, too.
Yeah, same as we're doing tonight.
I have that feeling every once in a while. I'll be sitting in a Thimble Club meeting or someplace, and all of a sudden I'll say to myself, Sadie, you've done exactly the same thing before.
Uh-huh. Strange mental phenomenon. I read it someplace or other in a book.
Telephone is ringing.
Maybe they can't come after all. Answer, Rush.
Okay.
Ankle Bone went after ice cream that other evening also, just like he's going to do tonight.
Yeah?
Hello? Yes, Leland. Your mother relayed my message, huh? Well, it wasn't anything much. Just wanted to get it off my chest to somebody, what that Gabby Annabelle Hemstreet's been telling around up at school. Well, she's been talking mighty free about my good looks. Yeah. That old creamy complexion of Rush Cook sure takes a cake. Rush Cook's swell old snappy skull is just what the doctor ordered. Yeah, all such axle grease as that. I don't deny I'm good looking or anything like that, but it's none of Annabelle Hemstreet's lookout. I can handle my good looks okay. Yeah. Well, that was all, Leland. Just wanted to get rid of a little steam. Yeah. Okay, Leland. You bet. Yep.
Myers, makers of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you like meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah, Duffy, I'm as happy as a bee with the hives. Well, I'm getting married. Yep, to a very high-class society dame. I got in touch with her through the Lonely Hearts Club and the Police Gazette. Yes, I was intrigued by their slogan. It said, every client comes back and thanks us. The girls ain't pretty, but they're awful anxious. Well, I've been corresponding with the dame Duffy, and I'm going to marry. You know, sounds terrific, huh? When you married Mrs. Duffy, she was terrific too, young and cute and Irish as Patty's pig, huh? Now, after 30 years, you wish you'd married the pig. Well, at what point did she start to change? The minute you carried her over the threshold, huh? Hey, wait a minute, just a second. How'd you ever carry a fat dame like that over the threshold? 2 trips. Well, Duffy, I'm glad to see that you still got a sense of humor about the
sweet old fat slob. Well, I'll call you back. I got a lot of things on my mind. Eddie, Eddie, when a guy's getting married and he starts walking down the aisle, which foot does he start with, the left or the right?
Left or right, he's still off on the wrong foot. Why?
Well, I'm thinking of committing matrimony, you know.
Oh, mazel tov. Might I ask you who the lady in question is?
Well, the questionable lady happens to be Miss Millicent Van Schnook.
What does this Schnook look like?
Eddie, it's Van Schnook. And she's beautiful, she says.
Where'd you meet this Schnook?
Van Schnook.
I'm sorry, Van Schnook.
Well, I ain't met her yet. As I say, the wedding is being handled through the mails.
What won't Sayers and Roebuck think of now? you say you fell in love with this gal by mail?
Yeah, funny thing how it happened, Eddie. All began with a mere penny postcard. But before the week was out, we was mailing hot special deliveries. Yeah, with the stamps upside down. You should have seen them last couple of letters. Flaming. I told her how she kindled me spark of love and how me embers was burning for her. Then I filled up the rest of the page with X's.
You mad, passionate thing, you.
Well, anyway, I'll soon be married. It'll be wonderful, you know. Get out of that lonely furnished room, have a real home, 2 wash rags instead of 1, 2 teeth brush, 2 towels, 2 rings around the bathtub.
You're really happy, huh?
Yeah, sure am. I've always wanted a family, and who knows, I might have some little ones someday that'd turn their sweet cherubic faces up to me and say,
all right.
Eddie, remind me to get in touch with Margaret Sangster, will you? Guess what, Finnegan? I'm getting married.
That's nice. What else is new?
Maybe you didn't hear me right. I'm getting married. M-A-R-R-E-D.
Married? Oh, that's stupid.
Why? What's wrong with marriage?
Well, it's all right for people with children. Personally, I think it takes the fun out of being a bachelor.
Finnegan, you are exactly what you look like.
Who's a moron?
You.
Oh, I'm a moron. Who's the guy that's getting married?
Look, people got to get married. Our whole way of life is based on it.
Why?
Well, because men are men and women are women.
Well, I grant it's a novel arrangement, but I don't see the point.
All right, let me put it this way.
Yeah?
Your father and mother, they was married, right?
I'll go along with that.
Okay. Now, if your father and mother hadn't gotten married, where would you be today?
Up at the ball game.
Hey, you see what I'm driving at? Well, do you?
Let me put it this way. No.
Well, look, I'm merely trying to explain. You see, the fact that your parents hit the jerkpot, this has nothing to do with it. Human life, Finnegan, is deeper than that. Now, take Freud, for instance. He says mankind falls in love for interior motives, you see. But Freud can be wrong.
All right. Would you mind if I ask you a question?
What?
What are we talking about?
We are talking about love and marriage.
You mean that stuff about the birds and the bees?
Yeah.
Mere propaganda.
The birds and the bees?
Well, sure. Last week I took a bee and I put it in the bird's cage and...
Yeah?
Frankly, Arch, nothing has happened.
I I still fail to see whether it has anything to do with something. However, I won't argue the point.
Well, I just...
You're certainly in a talkative mood tonight, aren't you?
Well, why not, Joe? When a guy's planning to marry a dame like this Millicent, he wants to shout it out to the whole world.
Same with me.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah. Every week I like to tell the whole world about Ipana toothpaste.
Well, some guys like dames, some guys like toothpaste. Personally, I'm a guy that likes dames, you know. When I give them a little squeeze, I don't have to worry about getting the brush. I thank you.
Now, wait a minute, Doc. I like girls, too, but I like them to have a lovely smile. And that's why I like to tell everyone about Ipana. For Ipana helps you to the prettiest, most sparkling smile you ever had. You know, dentists like Ipana so much that it's the toothpaste more of them use themselves as well as recommend to their patients than any other. You ought to try the Ipana way to a pretty smile yourself, because dentists say the Ipana way works. And it's easy. First, between regular visits to your dentist, brush all tooth surfaces with Ipana toothpaste at least twice a day. Then massage gums the way your dentist advises to stimulate gum circulation. Then see the difference Ipana toothpaste can make to your teeth, to your smile. Get a tube of Ipana first chance you get. Remember, a good dentifrice, like a good dentist, is never a luxury. So make the Ipana way your way to healthier gums, brighter teeth, a more sparkling smile. The Ipana smile, the smile of beauty.
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah?
Eddie, see what you think of this wedding invitation, huh?
Wedding invitation?
Yeah, I just wrote it out.
Let's see. I, Archie, hereby announce his engagement to the former Miss Van Schnook, nee Millicent. The bride and groom hereby request your presence.
Presidents. No. Try it again, son.
President.
Oh, we are only on that tape. See the sneaky way I underline the word presents. Continue, Eddie.
Okay. Clothes will be optional, but we prefer black tie. Clothes will be optional.
Well, that don't apply to the ladies, of course. Might be a little gaudy. Continue, Eddie.
Obscene language will not be tolerated, as ceremony will be civil. Signed, Cobina Wright. Cobina Wright?
Gives it a little touch of class. Boy, it's going to be a big night for 3rd Avenue, all right?
Say, Archie, I hear you're getting married.
Yeah.
Oh, well, may I propose a toast?
Oh, thank you, Miss Duffy. What's the toast?
There's nothing so sweet as a wedding in June. Here's to the bride and here's to the goon.
Oh, you're bitter, huh? Just mad because you're still on the shelf.
Oh, yeah? I could have got off the shelf plenty of times.
Enumerate the opportunities. Who?
Well, for one, Ernest Diefendorfer. For two, Breckenbridge Hartzenfelder. And for three, Harold Harperode.
How did she ever miss Adolf Schicklgruber? These guys all wanted to marry her?
They certainly did. In fact, Harold Harperode turned to drink when I refused to marry him.
Naturally, a thing like that calls for a celebration. But if you had all these proposals, how come your old man has a standing offer of 2 white shirts to any guy that'll go out with you? And he'll even shorten the sleeves.
Archie, that's a lie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. It was Mama that said she'd shorten the sleeves. Besides, you're somebody to talk. I'd like to see what's marrying you.
What's marrying me happens to be a very beautiful society dame from a family with yachts and swimming pools and package cars. And I'm going to be the man that owns one.
Oh, just marrying her for her father's money, huh?
Who's marrying her for father's money? I'd marry her no matter whose money it was. And I resent the inference that I'm a piccolo.
Say, Arch, by the way, did you get the wedding ring yet?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me. Give me that phone. Hello? Tiffany and Schwartz? Genuine department, please. Hello? Genuine? Mr. Tiffany? This is Archie of Duffy's Tavern. I'm thinking about getting married. Thank you. Tell me, Mr. Tiffany, what have you got in a diamond wedding ring? Something with a nice large floor. Huh? How many carats? I know about 30 or 40. How much? Let me talk to Schwartz. Hello, Schwartz? What have you got in a nice diamond ring? Oh, up to about $5. Huh? You'll let me know as soon as the glass blower comes back from lunch? Okay, Schwartz, I'll wait for your call.
George, $5 for a wedding ring?
So what? I make that kind of dough in a couple of days. Besides, this is one marriage I want to get started right. You see, Finnegan, a woman is a peculiar thing. You've got to approach her tenderly, like a delicate flower, else love is apt to wane out the window.
Yeah. Arch, how did you ever learn so much about love?
Just observation. You see, before I worked at Duffy's, I used to be flashlight man in a drive-in movie.
Well, gee, you certainly learned a lot.
Well, thanks.
Good evening, Archie, me boy.
Well, Clancy to come.
Then top of the evening to you.
Thanks. In the back of me hand to you, sir. Eddie, some bourbon. 3 fingers for the long arm.
Thank you, Archie. I could use a pick-me-up. You know, we had our annual policeman's ball last night. Oh, I feel terrible.
Oh, wine, women, and song, huh?
Yes, but not necessarily in that order. It's too bad you weren't there, Archie.
No, Clancy, my days is over as a spinster. I got to settle down now that I'm getting married.
You? Taking the leap?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you always played hard to get.
I did, but I found if you play too hard to get, you don't get cut.
Well, I certainly hope you found the right girl, Archie. You know, choosing a wife is a serious business. When you embark on the sea of matrimony, make sure you don't do what I did and get a leaky bolt. You never know what kind of a woman you get until after you marry her.
Yeah, it's like taking a poke at a pig, ain't it?
Well, I tell you, Archie, marriage is just like a hot bath. After a while, it ain't so hot. Take my case, for example. Mrs. C and I were married in a beautiful little ceremony over in Ireland. In accordance with the tradition, first I kissed the Blarney Stone, and then I kissed Mrs. Clancy. You know, the Blarney Stone had more pucker than she did.
Yeah, I've met Mrs. Clancy. Pretty horrible kisser.
That's right. You have met her, haven't you?
Yeah, but the dame I'm marrying is different. Plenty of dough, gorgeous figure, you know, loaded with money, beautiful eyes, loaded with dough.
Just a second, Arch. You wouldn't be thinking of taking money from a woman, would you?
Is there a law?
But, Archie, that would make you a leech and a parasite.
Leave us not think of me as a leech or a parasite, Clancy. Leave us just think of the dame as an art supporter. Art supporter, hey. Hey, that's good. I think I can at the Walter Winchell. Reminded me to do that, will you, Eddie?
Okay. By the way, this telegram just arrived for you.
A telegram for me? Let's see. Hey, it's from Millicent. She says yes, she's going to marry me. She's on her way down here.
Oh, congratulations, Archie.
Well, thanks, Finnegan.
Congratulations, Mr. Archie.
Thank you, Eddie.
Condolences, Archie.
Now, wait a minute, Clancy.
I'm only kidding. Marriage is a fine institution. And underneath it all, I think Mrs. Clancy is the salt of the earth. I only wish I could shake her. Well, good luck to you, me boy.
Archie, may I offer my congratulations?
Well, thank you, Joe.
And I'd like to give you this little bottle as a wedding present.
You think I should be hitting a bottle so soon after I get married?
But you didn't look at it. It's a bottle of Vitalis. And Vitalis means well-groomed hair. Do you get it?
Not yet. Feed it to me slow.
Don't you see? If you use Vitalis, your hair will look, you'll be a well-haired groom.
Joe, is your last name Miller?
All right, so I'm not so good with the jokes, Arch, but you've got to admit that what I say is true. Vitalis is perfect for well-groomed hair, and it's particularly good if you're troubled with dry, unruly hair that's been dried out by sun, wind, and water. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. Look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
What are you doing there, Archie?
Studying over these travel folders, Miss Duffy. I'm trying to figure out where to go on me honeymoon now. Newport, Palm Springs. Palm Springs, that might not be bad. I hear they get some pretty nice-looking dames down there.
Yeah, they'll come in handy on your honeymoon.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, let's see. Bermuda, Cuba, Nassau.
How about Lithuania?
Why Lithuania?
What's wrong with Lithuania?
Nothing.
Okay.
Well, that settles that. Now, where else could we go? Miami, Monte Carlo. Why would anybody want to go to Lithuania?
Katrinka Yarbats comes from Lithuania.
So what?
Katrinka's a very nice girl.
Well, so is Millicent a very nice girl, and Millicent's the one I'm going on my honeymoon with.
Well, okay then.
Okay.
Go anywhere you want.
That's just what I'm going to do.
I still think you ought to go to Lithuania.
I think you should go someplace. Let's look over this folder here, Eddie. Honolulu, just overnight from Los Angeles by Pan American Airways, only $3.38 round trip, including sleeper. Eddie, remind me to pack me sheer black pajamas. Don't bother me now, Finnegan. The dame I'm going to marry, me future spouse, is going to be here any minute, and we got to get busy. We ain't even shoveled an aisle through the sawdust yet.
You mean you're going to have the wedding here?
Why not? People get married over the radio. They get married in theaters and airplanes.
That's right, Arch. I even heard about a couple getting married in a church.
Yeah, certainly. Now, let's see. I got to get the ring and the minister, the carnations for the ushers.
How about orange blossoms for the bride?
Let's not spoil her, Eddie. Just whip up a couple of martinis. Now, let's see. I'll need striped pants and a castaway coat, and got to make reservations for a trip through the Tunnel of Love. Now, what else?
What kind of music are you going to have at the wedding, Archie?
Well, we're going to have organ music, of course.
Organ, huh? Well, that's nice. Who's going to pass the tin cup, you?
Frustrated humor, if I ever heard it. Miss Duffy, this ain't going to be no hurdy-gurdy organ. It's going to be a beautiful pipe organ playing the wedding march.
I'll bet you wouldn't even know which wedding march to play.
Well, how many wedding marches is there?
There's 2. Lohengrin's and Mendelssohn's.
And which one do you like best?
Well, Mendelssohn has always been my favorite.
And I'll bet you was his, too. And that's the one we're going to play.
What a dopey wedding.
What did you say?
I think I made myself plain.
No, Mother Nature took care of that. Now, look, Miss Duffy, please, don't leave us argue on me wedding night.
Miss Archie, if this wedding is going to take place tonight, don't you think you ought to rehearse it a little?
Good idea, Eddie. Yeah, who could be the preacher?
I'll do it.
Good. Now, who could be the bride?
How about me?
Not even by proxy. Let's see, who could be the bride?
Art.
There's my girl. Finnegan, how would you like to be me bride?
Okay, Art, but first I think we better get me mother's consent.
No, it's only make-believe. Now, here, hold me hand.
Hold your hand?
Yeah, okay. Now, start the ceremony, Eddie.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here...
Just a minute, Eddie. What's the matter, Finnegan? Can't you stand still?
Well, I'm nervous, Art. This is a big step in me life. It worries me. Suppose we ain't compatible.
Well, if we ain't, we'll just shake hands like little gentlemen and call it off. Now, go ahead, Eddie.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here together...
Just a second. Not that I want to butt in, but don't you think the bride should have on something old and something new?
Hey, this is one time she's right. Finnegan, you got on anything that's old?
Yeah, my pants.
What about something new?
The patches.
Well, I guess that'll cover it. All right, proceed ahead, Eddie.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here together...
Well, Art, I can't go through with it.
What's the matter?
I feel silly marrying you.
Why?
Well, you're so much taller than I am.
Would the bride please keep a trap shut? Now, come on, let's get this over with. Do you, Mr. Archie, take Miss Millicent to be your lawful wedded wife?
Miss Millicent?
Yeah.
So already you got another woman, huh?
And there ain't no other woman. That's just an example, a metaphor.
I don't care what your metaphor. Get her out of my house.
Maybe we better make it so he can understand it. Call the bride Finnegan.
Okay. Do you, Miss Finnegan, take Mr. Archie to be your lawful wedded husband?
Do I?
What?
Do I?
Finnegan, it's I do.
Okay, then you marry him.
And again, this ain't a real wedding. It's only kind of, mock believe. Now, try it again, Eddie.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here together.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, who's that dame that just come in the door there? Better go over and see what she wants, Eddie.
Okay, I'll be right back.
The preacher has to go wait on a customer. What a place for a wedding.
Miss Duffy, to me and me bride, this place will be the little church around the corner. Don't forget, to people in love, things only seem to be what they are.
Miss Archie, guess what?
What?
That girl that just come in is your bride-to-be.
You mean that is Millicent? That gorgeous hunk of punkritude?
That's right.
She's beautiful. Hubba. Pardon me, are you really Millicent?
That's right. There you watching.
Miss Van Schnook, would you mind to repeat that?
There you watching.
Finnegan, is there any limbs missing from your family tree?
Well, are you ain't you, Archie?
Why?
Well, if you are, I'm your little Millie.
Millie, I got sad news for you. Archie just left town. He went back to his wife and his 12 children.
Gee, I've been tilted.
Well, I think you're better off, Miss Van Schnook. That Archie was never no good anyhow, you know. He's a cheat and a crook and a no-good bum. Tell her about him, Eddie.
No, go on. You know the facts better than me.
See what I mean?
Well, I guess I'll just have to go back home and try me luck again.
Don't leave, Millie. I think you're kind of cute.
Say, you're pretty cute, too. I think we got something in common.
I wonder what it could be. Hey, I got it. Do you like Tootsie Rolls?
I love them.
I'll bet that's what it is. What do you say we go down to the candy store and split one?
Can I trust you?
Well, sure you can trust me. I'll divide it even.
Well, Okay, it's a deal. So long, everybody.
So long, everybody.
Well, so long, you lucky couple. I hope you'll always be happy together. And if you have any children, name them after, the Gargantua.
Yes, it's a hit. Thousands of men have switched to new Benex brushless shave cream. Thousands are discovering that Benex gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Mister, it's time you, too, tried Benex, the new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula.
Benex brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog your razor or drain.
Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a big 25-cent tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, Benex, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York. Only one tube to a customer.
Remember, buy Benex brushless or get a big 25-cent tube free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer expires May 1st.
Hello? Oh, hello, Duffy. Next week, Charles Coburn. Well, he's sort of an old Jolson. Yeah, the only difference between Jolson and Coburn is that when Jolson gets down on one knee, there's a chance that he'll be proposing to a dame. Well, anyway, Coburn will be here next week, Duffy. Be sure to listen in, huh? Okay, goodbye.
Time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday when our guest will be Charles Coburn. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. Feel for a beautiful smile, the life of Riley for laughs. Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal, and just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, in the life of Riley. A good many of Chester A. Riley's headaches arise from the fact that he takes such good care of everybody else's business. Even Riley's mother, who is here in California for a short visit, is not exempt from his meddling. Our story opens with Riley and his 16-year-old daughter, Babs.
No use, Babs. You can't have another lipstick. You've got a lipstick.
But, Daddy, all the kids are getting the new lipstick. It's called Tantalizing Red. The ad says, today, tantalizing red lips, a sign of sophisticated beauty.
That's today, huh? Well, in my day, girls didn't need no lipstick. They just ate hamburgers with lots of ketchup. Maybe it wasn't sophisticated, but it sure tasted better.
Don't be an old fogey, Daddy. Nowadays, all girls use makeup.
I know a girl that don't use makeup. My mother. You don't see her putting paint on her lips and shellacking her claws with red varnish.
Well, after all, Daddy, Grandma's 60 years old.
Yeah. And getting prettier every day.
Oh,
I'm in here, Mom. Just take a look at your grandma if you want to see a girl that don't buy her good looks in a paint store.
Oh, Riley, your mother has something to tell you.
Yes, Chester. Guess what?
Wait, Mom. Stand just where you are. Dad, ain't she beautiful? Just like a painting by Whistler's mother.
Oh, go on with you, Big Ape. Listen, I just had a
Don't
letter.
talk, Mom. Just let me feed my eyes on a real pretty woman. Yes, sir, I'm proud that I look just like you.
You don't say.
Mm-hmm.
My problem is that I look like you.
You see Grandma's smooth complexion, Dad? And look at her hair, white like snow.
Well, Mother Riley never notices my hair.
Maybe it's because when I washed it last night, I put some extra blue in the water.
Mom, you didn't.
There, you see? Even Grandma has her little tricks, Daddy.
Mom, I'm shocked. The next thing I know, you'll be wearing bobby socks.
Remember, son, when a woman stops trying to look her best, she's got to expect her boyfriends will leave her for someone else.
Mom, that's no reason for you to wear blue hair. You ain't got no boyfriend.
Oh, is that so? You see this letter? It just came. From an old beau of mine.
What nerve. Writing a married woman after she's married 40 years. Especially when her husband's away at sea for 2 years.
3 years.
Poor Pop. Can't turn his back for 3 years before his wife gets a letter from a wolf. Don't you read it, Mom?
I did read it. And guess what? This old flame of mine is coming here to see me tomorrow.
Nothing doing. Any old flame come around here, I'm blowing them out.
No, you won't. You'll be as nice as pie to him.
Mom, think what you're saying. You're married. Write and tell him you got a big overgrown son.
He knows all about you. But he likes me anyway.
Now, listen, Mom. I'm head of this house.
Riley?
I mean, next to you, Peg. I won't stand for my mother inviting me over.
Riley, something tells me you better mind your own business.
But always trying to run everybody. I'm your mother, and I'll have none of your lips.
But Mother,
Sit down.
I give up. It's a losing fight.
You, Mr. Riley. It's your neighbor, Waldo Binney.
Oh, come in here in the garage. How are you, Waldo?
Oh, my aching back.
Trouble with your wife again, Waldo?
She's always insulting me. This morning she called me a pinhead. Said my head was the size of an atom. And then she tried to split it.
Well, I got woman trouble, too. My mother.
No, Mr. Riley. Not that sweet little white-haired lady.
Don't let that hair fool you. On her head, she may be white-haired, but in her heart, she's still a redhead. Tomorrow, she's stepping out with a strange man.
Oh, no, I can't believe it.
It's true, but don't get me wrong. She don't mean no harm.
Oh, of course not. No. She's probably just dazzled. Tell me, has your dear mother any money of her own?
Well, I think so. Once I noticed a hole in her mattress, so I peeked in, and there was George Washington staring at me.
Ah, so that's what the scoundrel's after. Take my advice, Mr. Riley. Send for your father immediately.
I can't, Waldo. He's out in the ocean sailing around on this tramp steamer. He's the head tramp. You know, the captain.
Mr. Riley, he's the only one who can save your mother. Do you know the name of the port your father last visited?
Well, last week I got this here postcard from him. It don't say the port, just the street address. See? 150 West Longitude.
Well, that just means that he's in the middle of the ocean.
If only Papa was here.
Oh, my. It's the same old story. An absent husband, a lonely wife, A slick scoundrel with smooth talk.
Oh, Father, why don't you come home?
Yes, a sad story with the usual ending. Divorce.
Divorce? Well, gee, I never thought... Divorce? That's awful.
Especially for the children.
What about the children?
Well, the parents share the custody. The child spends 6 months with the mother and 6 months with the father.
Oh, well, that's terrible. My father's on the ocean all year. I'll get decent. Waldo, I got to do something to keep my mom and pop together.
Well, I have an idea. Now, try and remind her of your father. Leave some of these things around in her room, little items with a sentimental value. And that'll remind her of their years of happiness together.
Yeah, I know what. I got an old shaving mug of Papa's. I'll put that on her dresser. And Pop's old corncob pipe. When she smells that, it's bound to bring tears to her eyes.
That's it, Mr. Riley. Now, you must save your mother from this terrible fate.
I'll do it, Waldo. I'll do anything I have to do to protect the sanctity of the home.
But, Mother, maybe you better tell Riley who your letter's from.
I will not, Peg. I was going to tell him. But then he got sassy and practically accused his own mother of... Well, I'm going to teach him a lesson. And don't you tell him either. And don't tell the children. They'd blab.
Well, it's your affair, Mother Riley. I'll stay neutral.
The nerve of them suspecting me of shenanigans. Any boy but Chester would know that the man who's coming to see me is his own father.
It's a good thing my mother's out shopping. Now, let's see, Waldo. Oh, first we'll hang up this swell picture of my papa. Lucky I found it in the attic. There.
My, your father's got a nice face.
Yeah.
When your dear mother sees that picture, she's bound to break down. Now, what do we do with your father's mug?
Well, we just leave it. Oh, you mean this shaving mug. Put it in Mama's dresser drawer.
Oh, yes, all right. Isn't nice to read other people's letters when they start off, Dearest Mabel?
Waldo, that must be the letter Mama got from this wolf.
Well, of course, I didn't read it all.
That's good. It ain't nice to read other people's mail. And besides, she's my mother, so I'll read it. I'm only reading it for her own good.
Exactly. I'm only listening for her own good.
My dearest Mabel, now after all these long years, I'll be holding you in my arms again. You are still my beautiful wild rose, and pretty soon now your honeybee will come buzzing around again. Only a skunk would write a thing like that.
Your dear father will thank us for this. Read some more.
You'll never know, Sugar Plum.
Mr. Riley, somebody's coming.
Huh? Oh, it's Mom. Here, take the letter.
No, you take it.
No, you take it.
No, you take it.
Oh.
What's this? What are you doing in my room, Mr. Vinny?
Your son invited me.
Who? Chester, what are you doing in my room?
Waldo invited me. I mean, is this your room, Mom? Well, let's go, Waldo.
Just a minute, Chester. What's that in your hand? My letter. You've been reading my letter.
No, I didn't read it. You came in too quick. I mean, I just saw the beginning, Mom.
Well, read my private mail. Of all the low, snooping things I ever saw.
Well, I really must tear myself away. Goodbye.
Yeah, me too.
Stay where you are, Chester.
Yes, Mama.
Now you look here.
Wait, Mom. Before you say anything more, just look at that picture on the wall.
What picture? Holy smoke! What on earth is that?
Mama, that's Papa. That's the man you're married to.
Well, for heaven's sake. I thought he looked familiar.
Look, Mom, you've been my mother ever since I was born. Look at Pop's picture up there.
Look at his dear old face.
Blow the dust off him. He looks as if he was lost in the fog.
Mom, just look at that face. That forehead, so strong. That nose, so intelligent. And those eyes. One on each side of his nose.
And his ears, one on each side of his head.
Mom, that's the face you took, for better or worse. That's the man you promised to love, honor, and obey.
Ah, but Chester, it isn't what a woman says with her lips. It's what's in her heart that counts.
Mom, you mean you didn't mean it when you married Pop? And you stayed married for 40 years?
I might as well tell you, Chester. There's only been one man in my heart for 43 years.
You mean this lowlife that's coming to see you Saturday?
Don't you be calling your... He's no lowlife. The man who's coming to see me Saturday is the only man I ever really loved.
Poor Pop. 40 years of married life, and in the end, all you're getting out of it is me. Oh, Papa, it wasn't worth it.
Teal has just brought you the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll return to Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter. I hope you'll start using Teal to clean your teeth before it's too late, before you discover ugly cavities at the gum line of your teeth. Yes, cavities. Cavities ground in by daily brushings with toothpastes or powders containing harsh abrasives. And don't think you're safe from such damage. Most people risk ground-in cavities every time they brush their teeth. Because, you see, out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. And when gums recede, parts of the teeth are exposed which are 25 times softer than tooth enamel. Yes, 25 times softer. And those softer parts are easily damaged by daily brushings with toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. So you see, the chances are 8 in 10 you are risking those ground-in cavities daily, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives. Well, folks, Teal alone of all leading dentifrices contains no abrasives. That's right. Teal cleans teeth with a patented ingredient without abrasives. Therefore, Teal protects your teeth from ground-in gum-line cavities as no other leading dentifrice can. The Teal way takes 1 extra minute a week to make teeth look their best safely. Just follow directions on the package. How you'll enjoy the tangy flavor of Teal, its refreshing aftertaste. So be sure to ask for T-E-E-L, Teal, the liquid dentifrice. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. We left Riley stunned by his mother's statement that the man who's coming to see her tonight is the one love of her life. Actually, the man is Riley's own father, who's been away at sea for 3 years. But to teach Riley not to jump to conclusions and meddle in other people's affairs, his mother is holding back that important fact. Right now, Riley has a plan to make his mother see the error of her ways.
But, Pop, I don't get it. Why do you want to sing that song to Grandma?
Look, Junior, it's time you learned that if you don't ask me questions, you won't get a foolish answer. You play that song and sing with me and Waldo like we rehearsed.
Do you think the song will do the trick, Mr. Riley?
I don't know, but I want to keep reminding Mama about Papa before it's too late. She's in the kitchen, so we got to sing loud. Go ahead, Junior.
F is for your father, who's a great guy. A is all the stuff he done for Mom. T is for the touch he's always good for.
H is for a husband, not a bum. E, that
Then forever he will be true. R is wrong he's never done to you. Put them all together, they spell Papa.
Oh, Mama, take him back. Please do.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Chester, will you stop that crazy yowling?
Yowling? Mom, didn't you even hear the words? Don't you feel the sediment?
They're the silliest words I ever heard in all my born days. Now stop this racket. I've got work to do, and you're giving me a headache.
Waldo, it's no use trying to soften her up. We got to figure out how to keep this wolf away from our door.
What wolf?
Never mind. Go out and play, Junior. There's some things it's better for a young boy not to know.
Aw, can't I stay and get the inside dirt on Grandma's new heartthrob?
Junior!
Oh, okay. I'm going.
Waldo, there ain't much time left. Ain't you got some idea to keep this guy away?
Well, we might prepare a booby trap. We could rig up a thing so that when he steps on your welcome mat and presses the doorbell, he'll get electrocuted.
Hey, that sounds good. No, we can't do that. Our electric bill is high enough already. Think of something else, Waldo.
Well, I've got a book full of ideas for booby traps. I'll go home and get it.
Yeah, well, hurry up. There ain't much time left. Meanwhile, I'll lie down and try to figure out how to mess up this guy when he gets here. Oh, I see who it is, Waldo, on your way out.
All right, Mr. Riley. Oh, hello.
Who is it, Waldo?
It's your friend, Mr. Odell, the undertaker.
The friendly undertaker. Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Hello, Digger.
Flat on your back, I see. Good. Relaxing is an excellent thing, but you're not doing it properly.
I'm not? What do you mean?
I'll show you. Here, let me fold your arms.
Never mind, Digger. I'm getting up.
Riley, I can see something is troubling you.
Yeah. Digger, why can't married people get along without trouble?
Because a man always insists on marrying a woman. At times, they're unreasonable creatures. I remember when I first got married, my wife, Lily Fern, objected to my digging in the garden.
That's just like a woman. Makes a fuss when a man wants to plant a few vegetables.
Oh, it wasn't vegetable. You see, at the time, I was taking a course in the Mortician's Academy, and they give you homework. Tell me, Riley, did you have a little tiff with your dear wife?
Oh, no, it ain't my wife. It's my mother.
Ah, mother. Silver threads among the gold. Sitting in a rocker, crocheting antimacassars. Sweet, simple, and serene. I adore mothers. They're so gay.
Sometimes they're too gay. Digger, you won't believe this, but there's a certain party who's trying to make time with my 60-year-old mother. It's terrible.
I know just how you feel. I remember when Father expanded his undertaking business and got an assistant. The assistant tried to win Mother away from him.
Oh, what did your father do?
Plenty. He said to him, "Look here, you cad. If you don't leave my wife alone, you'll stop being my assistant and become my customer." It nearly scared the life out of him.
Yeah, but my poor father's thousands of miles away.
Then, Riley, it's up to you to do something.
You bet I will. I'll tear him apart.
No, Riley. In dealing with your mother's tutor, dignity is the key word. You must see this rotter before he gets here and reason with him. Lure him to some rendezvous.
Yeah, that's an idea. And I know where. Waldo's house next door. You see, Waldo's house is 1315. Mine is 1313. All I got to do is switch numbers, and when he comes looking for my address, he walks right into our trap.
Good. And then I'll lay him out. Verbally.
When I get through telling this homewrecker off, he'll wish the earth would open up and swallow him.
Riley, the earth never opens up to swallow you. You have to help it. Believe me.
Okay, fellas. Everything's set. I switched the numbers.
Excellent, Riley.
Now, listen. This homewrecker will show up any minute. Now, you know what to do, fellas. I'll be hiding in the kitchen. When he comes in the front door, you grab him. And then I make an entrance and face him with my face.
That should frighten him.
I better put out the lights now.
My, it's dark.
I like the dark.
Listen, I hear somebody coming up the walk. It's him. I'll get in the back now. Remember now, fellas, no rough stuff.
Oh, no. If I hit him, I might hurt him.
Ready, Waldo? I'm opening the door. Good evening, mister. Step in.
Mr. Beblue, don't you recognize a bosun's mate, junior grade? Where's Mrs. Riley? Ahoy, Mabel!
Not so loud. Shh. Come inside.
She ain't in the sick bay, is she? Give us a sounding. Is Mrs. Riley aboard, or ain't she?
Lock the door, Waldo.
Avast there!
Now we got him.
Got who, me? Why, you barnacle-bottom scupper wash, you trying to Shanghai me?
Lie down, sir. Sit down.
Go on, get in this chair.
Cast off. Take your grappling hooks off of me, or by the great horn spoon, I'll...
Oh, he broke my nose.
Ah, foul you figure at, eh? Now for you pale-faced porpoise. How do you like this?
No, he broke my high halves.
I'll hang you from a yardarm, you scurvy sea scum.
Help! Help! Let me out of here!
Get out of my way, Waldo, you coward. Good day to you, sir.
Come back, you swabs, and fight like men.
Fellas, I said no rough stuff. You... Papa!
Ahoy, Chester. I run into some foul weather.
Papa, when did you get home?
Didn't your mother tell you I was making pork tonight?
No,
Where is she? Mabel! Hit the deck!
She ain't here, Papa. She's next door in my house.
And what are you doing here in this deadfall? Come on, let's weigh anchor.
Oh, wait, Papa. I'm all mixed up. I was expecting another guy, and we set a trap for him.
Ah! You mean them two wharf rats was friends of yours?
Yeah, but, Papa, this other fellow was trying to cut you out with Mom. He wrote her a mushy letter about holding her in his arms, and he said he was her honeybee.
What? That's what I wrote her. So, you've been reading my private mail, have you?
Oh, you mean it was you? You mean Mama ain't going to divorce you?
Of course not.
What a revolting development this is.
Now I'm beginning to get my bearings. Chester, come forward.
Now, Pop, I was only trying to look after your interests.
I can look out for myself. But for suspecting your old lady of flirting, I'm going to give you a keel hauling.
Papa, don't look at me like that. Papa, what are you taking off your belt for?
Chester, heave your bow across that chair and let me see your stern.
No, Papa. Don't spank me. I'm going on 39. Don't spank me. Don't spank. Mama!
Riley's will be back in half a minute. Millions have switched from toothpaste or powder to Teal and have thoroughly enjoyed the change. You, too, will like Teal's refreshing flavor, its lively action. But most important, Teal protects teeth from cavities. Cavities ground in at the gum line by daily use of toothpaste or powders containing harsh abrasives. Teal cleans teeth without abrasives, avoids the risk of such cavities. T-E-E-L, Teal, the safe liquid dentifrice.
Well, I hope you learned your lesson, Chester.
I sure did, Mom.
If you didn't, I can still give you that keel hauling you talked me out of, you big barrel of bilge water.
Gee, Pop, You talk like you don't like me anymore.
Oh, stow it. I like you as much as ever. You're a fine-looking boy. Kind of son any father'd be proud of. You just happen to be a little short on brain.
Now, how can you say that, Papa? Why, everybody who knows me says my head is my strongest point.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invite you to be their guest next week to hear the life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach. The Life of Riley is produced for Teal by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. Mrs. Riley is Paul Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. Riley's mother is Jane Morgan. Junior is Scotty Beckett. Babs is Sharon Douglas. And Waldo is Dink Trout. Riley's father, Captain Riley, was played by Henry Morgan, who appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of the Technicolor picture Leave Her to Heaven. This is Ken Carpenter on behalf of Teal, inviting you to listen again next week. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley, and for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully.
It's a washing miracle for silk, nylon, woolen dishes.
What are you talking about?
Dreft. I'll spell it. D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Yes, ladies, and Dreft spells faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history.
Why, Dreft keeps my colored things so bright and gay looking, I can hardly believe my eyes. My lingerie, nylons, woolens, all stay beautiful as a dream. And dishes... Dreft makes dishes shine without wiping.
You see, Dreft's amazing suds rinse clean and clear. Leave no dulling film the way all soaps do. There's no soap fading. Look for Dreft in the bright green package. Dreft, the amazing suds discovery that brings you faster, brighter, safer cleaning than any suds before in history. That's D-R-E-F-T, Dreft. Get Dreft today.
Listen for the Life of Riley next week, same time, brought to you by Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. And now, stay tuned to this station for Truth or Consequences. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Hi, Dog Islam. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum, Abner, and Mousy Gray are still laboring on the plans and problems of the proposed Wonderful World Apartments, a project designed to house every family in Pine Ridge in a modern, rent-free, tax-free apartment with all utilities paid. And, according to Mousy's arithmetic, this can all be done on Diogenes Smith's gift of $10,000. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum in the Jot 'em Down store explaining some drawings to Abner. Listen.
Here's the arrangements of the apartments in the first building we're going to put up, Abner.
Oh, you got them all drawn out on paper, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, me and Mousy done this last night over at his place. Set up till right now 10 o'clock working on them.
Well, I do know.
I didn't mind it so much, though. His woman, Gussie, fixed us each a nice cup of cocoa. Sort of broke up the evening, give us a breathing spell.
Sure. Yeah, that was thoughtful of her. But now, explain these here drawings to me, Lum. What's all these lines here mean?
Well, that's the different floors, see.
Floors?
Yeah, now,
What's this right here, them lines here?
Well, that's the attic.
Attic?
Yeah.
Well, we got this thing upside down, and I thought that was the bottom part of the building.
It is the bottom part. I'm going to put the attic on the bottom.
Huh?
Put the attic downstairs.
Well, attics always go on the top of a building, Lum.
I know they do, but this one's going to be on the bottom because folks is always putting their trunks up there, and they got to carry them big, heavy trunks clean up to the attic. This way, the attic's downstairs.
Well, I do know. Why, sure, that's a good idea. As many times as I've had to go up in that attic cars and get down boxes and stuff, and if I'd have had any sense at all when I built the place, I could have had them downstairs just as easy as not. Well, who thought of that idea, you or Mousy?
One of us, I forget just which one it was. Now, the only trouble was we couldn't find any place to put the basement.
Oh, that's right.
Because the attic was going in there, so we put the basement right in the middle of the building.
In the middle, huh?
Yeah, that middle floor, there's the basement.
Well, that's sort of handy. You always put potatoes and stuff down there. It's just heap easier to throw them down than it is to carry them up the steps anyway.
Why, sure. And then if we put it downstairs like basements generally is, why, it'd have been handy for the folks on the first and second floors, but them folks way upstairs there, it'd have been hard for them to get to the basement.
Oh, yeah.
So we're putting it right in the middle of the building, be handy for everybody.
Hey, doggies, you ought to have been a carpenter, Lum. You're a genius, you
I'm
know.
an architect.
You're a genius if ever I've seen one.
Well, I don't like to cast compliments right in
Oh,
the
you are now. You
well,
that's what
thank
you are.
Wait a minute, there comes Cedric up out there.
Huh?
Can't explain nothing with him around.
No, well, maybe I can study up some way to get shut of him real quick.
No, don't you try nothing now. We never will get shut of him then. Well, howdy, Cedric.
Yeah, come on in, Cedric.
Wonderful world.
Wonderful world. What can we do for you today?
Well, I want to get one of them apartments you fellas are giving away.
Well, we ain't exactly giving them away, Cedric.
Well, Mr. Grandpap told me you was. Do them apartments sure enough have everything furnished in them? Do they sure enough?
Oh, my, yeah. Carpets and sofas and stoves and rocking chairs.
That's right, Cedric. Modern up to the minute furnishings. Everything a body could want.
Yeah.
Well, I want to get me one with a pinball machine in it.
Pinball machine?
Yes, Mom, the biggest one they got.
Cedric, that ain't no kind of a thing to put in a modern deluxe apartment.
Of course not.
Just get that idea out of your head right now. Besides, you couldn't get no apartment no way, because you ain't got no house to swap for it.
House to swap for it?
Yeah, you see, Cedric, that's how a family gets an apartment. They turn in their old houses.
Oh, well, I ain't got no house. So how do I get an apartment?
You don't get one, Cedric.
Don't worry about it, though, Cedric, because your papa will get one, and that's where you live anyway.
Yes, Mom, but I don't think I want to live with Papa and Mama no more. They won't let me have no pinball machine in the house. I believe I'd just rather get me an apartment of my own.
Well, now, maybe Cedric's right, Lum. He's getting to be a big boy now, and someday him and Clarabelle's going to get married to one another. They ought to have a place to live.
Yeah, but the facts of the matter still stand. Cedric ain't got no house to trade in.
No, that's right.
Would a birdhouse do? I got one of them.
Oh, of course not, Cedric. That's too little a thing.
How about a doghouse?
No.
Well, I got a pretty big doghouse.
Well, that ain't no good, Cedric. Besides, you don't live there. Your dog does.
Oh, well, how about if the dog swapped his house for an apartment and then I could just live with the dog?
No. How you going to make a deal with a dog? We couldn't go over and talk to your dog about swapping in his place.
No, Mom, but I could swap for him. I'm his guardian, I think.
Have you been appointed his guardian by the court? You have to be, Cedric. We couldn't make nothing legal with a dog. He couldn't sign a paper no way.
Well, there ain't no use arguing about it. We ain't going to take no doghouse in on this deal, no way.
No, we ought not to have dogs living in the apartment, Cedric.
It's the silliest one idea I ever heard. You better just run on home and forget all about getting an apartment, Cedric.
Well, I sure would love to get me one.
Cedric, I've told you 6 or 5 times before, the only way you can get one is to turn in a place that you actually lived in. One that you own yourself. Built on property that you own. Is that clear?
Own property that I own myself, huh? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's what I said. Now, you better run along, because me and Abner's got a lot more work to do here.
Yeah. So long, Cedric.
Well, wait a minute. Do I still have a library card in your library?
Library card? You aiming on doing some reading, Cedric?
No, Mom, I don't think so.
Well, now, you ought to, Cedric. Be good for you. And I know you'd enjoy that book, Gilbert the Boy Trapper over there.
Well, I ain't got time to read nothing now, though. I'll be back directly, though. Maybe I'll get a book then.
Yeah, all right, Cedric. We'll see you later.
Yes, Mom. Say, did you say them apartments come with or without pinball machines?
Without, of course.
Oh, well, I'll be back. So long. Wonderful world.
Wonderful world. Doggy, I reckon what he's worrying about his library card for.
No telling what goes inside that boy's mind.
No.
Sometimes he's enough to drive a feller stark or even mad crazy.
Well, now, go ahead, Lum. Explain these here drawings to me. I can't make nothing out of them lines there.
Well, of course not. It takes a feller with a mechanical drawing mind to figure 'em out.
Does, huh?
Yeah, now, you see, this is a crisscross section of the whole building right here.
Huh?
Shows all 5 stories.
All 5?
Yes, sir.
Hey, doggies are skyscrapers.
Well, I reckon you could call it. Of course, after we get going, I'm aiming on making some of the other apartment buildings even taller than this one. 7 or 8 stories high. I don't know.
Oh, my goodness.
But don't tell nobody yet now. I'm going to keep that as sort of a surprise.
I won't tell a soul. Doggies 8 stories high.
Now, see, here's the arrangement. On each floor, there's 5 apartments. See here? 1, 2, 3, and, of course, the middle one there is the basement. 4, 5.
Uh-huh.
Now, we come down here to the first floor, and of course, underneath the first floor is the attic.
Uh-huh.
Explain that to you.
Yeah.
And then on the first floor, instead of apartments, these are all places for stores and offices and such as that.
Uh-huh.
Now, you'll notice up here on the second floor...
what store's going to be over in this corner here, Lum?
Oh, I don't know. We haven't figured that out yet. But on the second floor...
Maybe a drugstore in this corner, huh?
Yeah, might be. But look up here on the second floor.
Maybe the post office.
Yeah, maybe the post office. But up on the
It
second
don't look like a post office, though.
Of course not. This is just a rough drawing, Abner. Wait till the building gets all fixed up, then it will.
Uh-huh.
Now, on the second floor, we're going to put in
No, Sir Lum, I don't believe that's a good idea.
What ain't a good idea?
Having a post office over here in this corner, that's too far from the other end of the building. Or to have it closer to the middle.
All right, we'll put it in the middle then. But up here on the second...
No, if you've got your heart set on having it over in the corner, why, that's where we'll have it.
Abner, I don't care where the post office is at.
Yes, you do, I can tell, and I know that you more than likely got some good reasons for wanting it there. I don't know what it is, but I know it must be a good one.
I have not. I ain't got no reasons for wanting it no place.
You ain't?
Of course not.
Not a single reason?
Not a single one.
Well, why are you being so stubborn about insisting on having it in the corner, then?
For goodness sakes, Abner, I never insisted on that. It wasn't my idea. You're the one that keeps talking
whose
about...
idea was it, then? Mousie's?
No, it weren't Mousie's.
Doggies, I bound you it was, too. You're just trying to protect him. What you doing? More likely, Gussie put that idea in his head. Just about what you done. What's she so worried about where the post office is going to be at for?
I don't know. Just forget about the whole thing.
Reckon she's trying to get Mousie in as postmaster here in Pine Ridge. That's what she's got in mind.
For goodness sake.
Doggies, I tell you what we better do, Lum. We better warn Dick Huddleston that somebody's trying to get his post office job away from him. That's what we better do. Dick's been postmaster for years here, and ain't no reason to turn him out now and put that Mousie Gray in. Come on, let's call him up.
Gussie ain't trying to get nobody's job away from nobody. Now get that out of your head right now.
Lum, you know Gussie. Once that woman gets her mind made up to a thing, there ain't no...
Wait a minute, Abner. Get away from that telephone.
I'm going to call him right now.
No, you ain't no such a thing.
Yes,
You don't stop letting that imagination of yours run wild with you. You're going to get yourself in a batch of trouble. Wait a minute. What's that pounding noise? Seemed like you heard something that sounded like... Well, for goodness sake.
What's the matter, Lum?
Look out in front there. Somebody's putting a tent up right smack in front of the store.
A tent? Why, I do know. Look at there. They're going to cover the front door there with
Of course
it.
they are. Come on, we better see what this is all about.
You reckon it's a circus coming to town?
No, of course not.
Be awful handy if it was. You step right from the store right into the
What in
circus.
the world's going on here anyway?
Mom?
Oh, it's you, Cedric.
What are you doing anyway, Cedric? What's the idea of putting up a tent right here?
Well, this is what I'm going to swap for one of them apartments.
Swap for what? Why, this ain't no good, Cedric.
Yes, it is, too. You said I had to own my own place. Well, I own this tent. You said I had to actually live in it, and that's what I'm going to do starting today.
Yeah, but you can't put it up right here, Cedric.
Of course not.
Yes, Mom, I can, too. I got my library card to prove it.
Library card?
Yes, Mom. Don't you recollect you made me buy some property before I could get a library card, so you sold me this little strip of ground in front of your store here. Don't you recollect?
Doggy, that's right, Lum. We did sell this to Cedric.
All right, now, you fellers, get off my property. I got work to do here.
Say, Amos, what is the greatest name in communications?
Well, the Columbia Broadcasting System, Andy.
Well, how do you like that? That's the network we is on.
You said it.
The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosher, transcribed and featuring Amanda Randolph, Johnny Lee, Ernestine Wade, Ruby Dandridge, Tommy Moore, Roy Glenn Sr., Joe Kearns, Lud Gluskin's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy! Well, the Kingfish hasn't been seeing much of Andy lately, and he's been puzzled at the reason, but he's finally found out. The reason is Hyacinth Jackson. Her mother is one of the wealthiest women in town, but because she doesn't approve of men, Andy has been seeing her daughter on the quiet. Right now, the Kingfish, his wife Sapphire, and her mother are discussing Andy's new romance.
So Andy's going around with another girl. I think it's disgusting the way he chases one woman after another.
You'd think if an old goat like that could get a girl, I could at least get a man.
Wait a minute, Mama. Andy is still in pretty good smooching condition, but you is getting on. If a man took you out, he'd have to give you artificial respiration before you could pucker up.
Listen, Baldy, on the field of romance, I may look like the wreck of the Hesperus, but believe me, there's still steam in the boiler.
All right now, George, never mind. You know, Mama, this Hyacinth Jackson is from one of the wealthiest families in town. How did Andy ever meet a gal like that?
Well, he met her over in the park. She was sitting on a bench reading a book. And when he seed what she was reading, he knowed she was the type that he'd been looking for all his life.
Well, what book was that?
A bank book for the Chase National Bank. And the first sentence really got him. Cash balance, $10,000. There's one book at the month club he'd like to join.
He's just after her money. That's what he is.
Well, Andy's figuring on a 10-day honeymoon, and, well, mathematically, that brings them back to town just in time for the first quarterly dividend.
And I suppose you're figuring some way to chisel in on Andy's wedding.
Well, after all, Andy's my best friend. If the boy strikes oil, I wouldn't mind getting a little greasy.
Well, it was different in my day. When my husband married me, he married me for love. And he loved me all his married life. He even hated to leave me when he went to work in his plumbing shop.
What is you talking about? He just used that plumbing job as a cover-up to chase women. There was a drain old Romeo if ever I seen one.
Now, George, my father never looked at another woman when he was on the job.
Oh, no, back in Marietta, many was the husband who come home and found a guilty smile on his wife's face and wrench marks on the drain pipe. I know that.
Hi, Kingfish.
Well, hi, Brother Andy. How's the expectorating bridegroom?
Oh, just great, Kingfish. You know, when I sniff them orange blossoms, I'm going to inhale it like it was a 50-cent cigar.
Well, I can't help feeling a little sorry for you, Andy.
What you mean, sorry for me?
Well, it's the sneaky way they runs these marriages nowadays, these quick weddings. Yeah, you meet the gal one day, is engaged the next. From then on, they're so busy planning the wedding, you don't get a chance to talk to her. Then the day before the marriage, you can't see her at all, and when you does marry her, she's wearing a veil.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with all that?
Andy, you ever been into a grocery store to buy a melon?
Yeah.
Well, there you is. Marriage is just like buying a melon without the privilege of squeezing it before you take it home.
Well, now, wait a minute. I don't think there's going to be no quick wedding in this case. You know, Hyacinth told her mom about me, and I think that old gal is suspicious. I think she got a detective on me.
Yeah, well, what made you think that?
Well, me and Hyacinth was smooching in the park the other night when I see two eyes looking down at us from up in a tree.
Yeah, well, that don't mean nothing, Andy. Probably an owl.
No, I don't think so, Kingfish. I never seen no owl in a pinstripe suit hanging from the branch with a pair of blue suede shoes.
Yeah, well, wait a minute, Andy. Yeah, wait a minute. That do sound bad. Maybe she has got a private eyeball gumshoeing after you.
Yeah, you said it. But while I was out, I think somebody done ramshackled my room, too.
Oh, been through your room while you're out. What made you think that?
Well, when I come home, the rat trap that I keeps in my top bureau drawer was sprung. In place of the cheese, there was an elf tooth room and the ring snag in this thing.
That was a what?
An elk's tooth ring. Now, I gotta find some way to show Hyacinth's mama that I ain't just marrying her for her money.
Yeah, well, Andy, at a time like this, you need someone on your side who is crafty, underhanded, and who will stop at nothing to get their hands on that money.
Yeah, but I don't know nobody like that.
You don't, huh?
No.
And you has heard the expression about not being able to see the forest for the trees.
Yeah?
Well, right now, you are sitting in the shade of the biggest weeping willow that ever growed, boy.
Oh, me, I wonder what's keeping Hyacinth. She said she'd meet me on the corner here at 9 o'clock. I've been... Oh, here she comes.
Hello, Andy.
Yeah.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting.
Oh, of course not, honey. I'd wait here till the cows come home for a cute little Holstein like you.
Oh, Andy, you're so cute.
Is that so?
You're one of the most charming men I ever met.
Oh, sure enough?
And, Andy, you know, I think you're so kind and sweet and understanding.
You don't say.
Why, Andy, aren't you going to say something nice about me?
Yeah. You sure is a good judge of character.
Andy, I'm so sorry that we have to meet like this on street corners, but you know how Mama is. Shall we go to the park tonight?
No, sir. There's an owl over there in blue suede shoes that makes me nervous. You know, Hyacinth, I've been talking to a friend of mine, and he had a great idea. He thinks we ought to elope without telling your mama.
Oh, Andy, if I did that, my Mama would disinherit me.
Funny how quick a great idea can go sour on you, eh?
Now, you see, a while ago, I was in love with a boy named Hubert, and we were engaged. But Hubert never could put over his big deal, so Mama made us break up. She said the wedding bells will never ring for a man that's penniless.
She did, huh?
She said I must marry a man who isn't after my money. You do have money of your own, don't you, Andy?
Well, I tell you, I ain't talked to my finance advisor, Mr. Stevens, yet, but I got an idea I'm going to turn out to be a lot wealthier than I think I is.
All of us have given a great deal of thought as to what would happen if we should be hit by an atomic bomb. Such an attack could be very disastrous, but even more so if it came as a surprise. That element of surprise, so important to an enemy, can be eliminated, and attacking aircraft can be turned back or destroyed, provided they can be spotted in time. For that very reason, our Air Defense Command has set up an elaborate network of plane-spotting radar stations. But radar can't do the entire job. There are unavoidable gaps between these radar stations through which enemy planes could slip unnoticed. That's why the Air Defense Command has also established the Ground Observer Corps. Men and women, even teenagers, are eligible to wear the silver wings of the Ground Observer Corps. All that's required are a few spare hours a week for outdoor plane spotting or indoor work at local filter centers, where every flight is carefully mapped. One ground observer in the right place at the right time can save our country from attack. Join the Ground Observer Corps at your local Civil Defense Center today.
Andy, soon as you finish dressing, you know we is due at the hotel at 7.
Yeah, you think meeting Hyacinth and her mama for dinner tonight is a good idea, Kingfish?
Oh, certainly, Andy. It'll give us a chance to put on the dog. Now, just leave it to me, and we'll convince that old gal that you was really loaded.
Yeah. How do I look, Kingfish?
Oh, you look great in that dinner jacket, Andy. Notice you're wearing French cuffs there.
Well, these ain't really French cuffs, Kingfish. I just stuck my cufflinks in these 2 Dixie cups. I got them scotch taped to the sleeves of my long underwear.
Yeah, well, let's go, old boy. Wendy, we got to put this thing over tonight, you know.
Yeah, I know, but I is nervous. I ain't too familiar with them society manners.
Well, listen, Andy, you just follow the lead of the hostess.
Follow the lead of the hostess?
Yeah, just watch what silver she uses and do likewise. You wouldn't want to start off eating your chicken livers off the wrong knife. You just got to watch it. That's
Well, it's 7:30, Kingfish. Hyacinth and her mama say they'd meet us here in the hotel lobby at 7.
Yeah, well, they're a little late. You know how women folks is. I guess they're sprucing all up at home there to make an wait a minute. Say, Andy, there come Hyacinth through the revolving door now.
Yeah. Holy mackerel, what is that behind her?
That must be Mama.
Yeah. Boy, is she fat. That's the first time I ever seen anybody come through a revolving door in all 4 sections at the same time.
Wow, look at her coming across the lobby there. Them rolls of fat. What ain't bouncing is jouncing, and what ain't jouncing is quivering.
Yeah, that's a mess of moving, ain't it? She looks like the Detroit Lions coming out of a huddle. Oh, me.
Here you are, Andy.
Yeah.
Andy, I want you to meet my mother. Mama, this is Andy. And this is Mrs. Stevens.
Charmed to meet you.
How do you do? I'm so sorry we're late. But I was picking up Hyson, and I got stuck between Broadway and 42nd Street.
Yeah. Well, that's okay, as long as they pried you loose.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, no. Well, if we is all ready, let us sojourn into the salon and tie on the feed bag.
Yeah, let's get in there.
Hyacinth, may I take your arm?
Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Andy.
Oh, yeah. Mama, may I take your arm?
Oh, yes, here's my arm.
Yeah, let me pick it up here. On second thought, Mama, you better take mine. No use straining myself before dinner. Oh, here he is, right over here. Here's our table. Right here by the orchestra.
Yeah, well, you sit here, Hyacinth, and Andy, you sit here, and Miss Jackson, you sit right here.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Kingfish?
Better get another chair, Andy. My ma is overlapping into the string section.
Yeah, there he is.
Mr. Stevens, Mr. Brown tells me that you're his financial advisor.
Yeah, well, I kind of operate behind the scenes. You might say I was the puppeteer pulling the strings on this big, fat financial howdy-doody.
Well, you must be very wealthy, Mr. Brown, to have someone just to look after your money.
Yeah, well, when it comes to the filthy rich, I guess I'm just as dirty as anybody.
Well, Hyacinth, Mr. Brown is certainly different from that penniless Hubert fellow you were going with.
Now, Mama.
Oh, yes, Mr. Brown had a big year last year. Of course, when it comes to stocks, he concentrated on metals. Of course, while the steels and the lead and the zincs was good, he did have a little trouble with the coppers. Ain't that right, Mr. Brown?
Oh, yeah. They had me down to Station House 3-4 times.
Down to the station house?
You'll have to excuse Mr. Brown. He's a little hard of hearing since the door of the bank vault slammed on his head, you see.
Oh, I see.
Yes, ma'am. Well, don't worry about nothing. Well, the music. You care to dance, Hyacinth?
Oh, I'd love to, Mr. Stevens.
Andy.
Oh, yeah. Mrs. Jackson, would you care to get your big fat self off the chair and waddle the light fantastic with me?
my dinner tonight, Hyacinth. I don't know when I've enjoyed myself more.
Oh, yes, Mama.
Hey, Kingfish, did you ever see anything eat like that old hippopotamus?
Yeah, on the third course there, she done bloated herself clear back to the brass section.
Oh, it was a delightful dinner. So nice meeting you, Mr. Brown.
Yeah.
A man of your financial position. A man I know is not interested in my daughter for her money.
Yeah, and while you was mentioning the subject, Mrs. Jackson, there's something I'd like to ask you.
Later, Mr. Brown, later. Now, how about some dessert?
Yeah.
What do they have on the menu, Mr. Stevens?
Well, let me see. They has assorted French pastry, peach melba, crepe Suzettes, cherries jubilee, chocolate parfait, angel food cake, apple pie, and strawberry shortcake.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
You do?
Yes. I'll have everything except the strawberry shortcake.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Hyacinth, this is wonderful news. Your mama say you can marry me, huh?
Yes, she was so impressed with you last night. Now, if Hubert only had the money you have, why, if he had just put over that big deal, why, Andy, it would have been Hubert instead of you. He was very sweet.
Yeah, well, that's too bad about Hubert. But I'll be big about it. Going down the aisle, I might even toss him a sawbuck.
Well, of course, Andy, with all the money you have, I know you want us to have our own little dream cottage.
Dream cottage? Now, wait a minute.
Yes, Andy. Well, I have the place in mind for a long time. It's out on the parkway. And, Andy, it's only $12,000.
$12,000?
Yes, Andy. And the day you buy it, the wedding bells will ring.
Oh, me. I never figured it'd take $12,000 to make me a ding-dong daddy.
When does a great country stop growing greater? Because America has changed and grown almost beyond recognition in the last quarter of a century, does this mean there is no room for further growth? That America is now as great as it's possible for a country to be? Well, everybody knows that isn't so. Actually, every change and improvement points the way to the next step forward. Already, the tremendous rise in our population has brought about a tremendous rise in the number of homes in America. More people needing more things for those homes mean there are more jobs created to manufacture and produce the necessities and luxuries of life. More and better jobs mean more people can enjoy better education, more travel, more leisure. But the pressure and need for growth and change continues. For our ever-growing population, we need more homes, more schools, more hospitals. Our cities and highways need modernizing. The list goes on and on. For the future offers changes as great as any of the past and depends on one thing alone, the energy and imagination of Americans.
Yes, Miss Winslow, that's what I called you about on the phone here. Yes, sir. Well, thank you, sir. We understand. Yes, sir. Goodbye.
Kingfish, that was the Mr. Winslow that built the house Hyacinth wants on the parkway, huh?
Yes, Andy, he wants $12,000 for the house. He say he needs the money bad, but he's willing to take $5,000 down payment.
No, me. Where in the world is we going to get $5,000? But if we don't, Hyacinth ain't going to marry me, and I'll miss out on all that money. After all, Hubert missed out because he didn't have no money.
Yeah, well, I tell you, Andy, we got to get some tough fella that... Well, Algonquin Jack Calhoun.
Yeah, hiya, Gunky.
Hiya, boys.
Well, what you doing over here?
I just come from the hospital. I was visiting a friend of mine.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Well, last week he got himself one of them little foreign cars, and he was driving down the street when he seen one of them big high-wheel trucks. And he said to himself, he said, man, I can drive right under that rear axle. And he put his foot on the gas, and away he went.
Well, what happened?
Well, the doctor say he's going to be all right. They're just going to have to change the oil in his forehead every 5,000 miles.
Oh, we we got problems ourselves, Calhoun. Andy's engaged to a wealthy gal, but before she'll marry him, why, he has got to buy her a dream house.
And the trouble is, you see, I got to have $5,000 down before I can buy the house.
Yeah, Calhoun, have you got any kind of money?
Yeah, I got that kind of money. Only trouble is, when you put it together, it ain't but $6.25.
Oh, me, if there was only some way we could borrow it.
Well, now, wait a minute there. Now, hold on here now. Now, maybe you could go to the bank and get it on a real estate loan or something.
Yeah, a real estate loan.
Yeah.
Oh, Calhoun, that's a good idea. That's a wonderful idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, then Andy can buy the house and marry the gal.
You know, Andy, you always talking about getting married, and it reminds me of all the chances I had. I was engaged 3 different times.
Well, I never knowed that.
Oh, man, yeah. Yeah, that first gal was really something. Yeah, she looked like a sunset in August. The second gal looked like a rare orchid growing in the tropical splendor. And the third one, she looked like the beautiful Taj Mahal in India.
Yeah, well, what's the matter with that?
Man, why can't I ever get a woman that looks like a woman?
Oh, come on, Andy. The man said the real estate loan department over this way.
Yeah, I hope they can help us here at the bank, I tell you that.
Yeah, well, here's the window.
Oh, may I help you?
Oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. Well, we want to borrow $5,000.
Well, prompt courteous service is our motto. Now, just what do you want to borrow this money on?
$12,000 house.
Oh, well, if you have a house valued at $12,000, we should be able to loan you $5,000 with no trouble.
Ah, now you talking.
And what are you going to use this $5,000 for?
To buy the house with.
I see. Well, I guess we could... just a moment. Do I take it that you want to borrow the money on a house you don't even own?
Oh, no, sir, no, sir. You're taking it wrong. We want to borrow the money on a house we're going to own.
Oh, that's different. And when are you going to buy the house?
Well, as soon as you let us have the $5,000.
Yes, well, I guess in that case we could rush it through. Oopsie daisy. That didn't come out quite right, did it?
Something wrong, mister?
Why, yes. Before we can loan you the $5,000, you have to own the house.
Yeah, but if we owned the house, we wouldn't need the $5,000.
My, that slipped away from us again, didn't it?
Mister, the whole thing
now,
is simple.
Look, this is ridiculous. We can't loan you the money till you buy the house.
Yeah, but we can't buy the house till you loan us the money.
Come now, you wouldn't put the cart before the horse.
We would if it'd get us the $5,000.
Now, look, you've got to have the money to buy the house before you can borrow the money on the house.
Yeah, but you got to loan us the money before we can buy the house to borrow the money on the house.
But we can't loan you the money to buy the house to borrow the money until you have the money to buy the house.
Yeah, but we can't buy the house unless you loan us the money on the house.
Oh, you shut up, will you? Now, look, please, it's really very simple.
Well, I'm glad of that.
First, you need $12,000 to buy the house.
Well, there you is. All we is asking for is $5,000.
Yeah, there you is right there. We done already saved the bank $7,000.
Well, how have you done that?
Well, 5 from 12 is 7.
Well, so it is. Well, now, if you'll just step over to the cashier's office. Whoops! I've done it again.
Hey, look, mister, I think you is getting confused here.
I'm confused. Look, you want to borrow $5,000, but first you need $12,000 to buy the house. Look, you need $12,000.
Well, you talked us into it. Give us the $12,000.
No.
Something wrong, mister?
Do you see that office back there?
You mean the one with the gold lettering on it?
That's the one. In that office sits the president of our bank. He's a kindly man, a man who has always stressed courtesy, service, and consideration in my dealings with my customers. He's preached the doctrine of goodwill, and no matter how difficult or trying it may be, he's taught me to bend over backwards in my dealings with my customers. That's the doctrine our beloved president has instilled in me. And now, do you know what I'm going to do?
No, what?
I'm going right in there and spit in his eye! Well, come on in.
Yeah, what must we do now, Kingfish?
Listen, we can't give up. I'll go down to the vault, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll take Sapphire's pearl necklace out of the vault, and I'll lock the thing.
Yeah.
Now, you sell your automobile.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'll tap the large hall fund, and you cash in your insurance annuity, and we ought to have the $5,000.
Yeah, that's right. You know something? We should have never come in this bank in the first place. We come in here and show them how they saved $7,000 on buying a house, and they treat us like a couple of bums.
Yeah, we should have taken this deal to the FHA. I know what we should have done.
There's 4,995, 96, 97, 98, 99, $5,000.
Yeah, there you is, Mr. Winslow, the $5,000 down payment.
Fine, and here's the deed to the house. You understand it's $100 a month until the balance is paid.
Oh, yes, sir, we understand, yes.
Well, I'm glad we could make a deal here. I've had this house for sale for 6 months. It's been a very important sale to me.
Yes, sir, it's important to us, too, Mr. Winslow. Come on, Andy. Well, now, Andy, we got the house. This will satisfy Hyacinth and her mama.
Yeah, and tomorrow the wedding bells is gonna ring.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my darling, at last we're married and walking down the aisle. Oh, darling, I knew that house was bought for us and the wedding bells would ring. It was wonderful how you got that $5,000.
Yes, Mrs. Hubert Winslow. And I wouldn't have got it if you hadn't maneuvered that poor sap Andy Brown into buying that house of mine.
This is Harlow Wilcox again, suggesting that you tune in this CBS radio station each evening, Monday through Friday, for the Amos and Andy Music Hall. You'll hear Amos and Andy at their very best, plus interviews with famous guests and lots of good popular music. Your local newspaper will give you the time of the Amos and Andy Music Hall. So remember to tune in and enjoy the fun and music and laugh with Amos and Andy.
That's right, folks, every evening, Monday through Friday, on the CBS radio stations. Thank you and good night.
See you tomorrow night on the Music Hall.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday for the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Now stay tuned for Our Miss Brooks, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Of Great Nuts bring you George Burns and Gracie Allen with Tony Martin, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and yours truly, John Conn. All right, Ray. 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the age of miracles, of streamlined trains, of overnight coast-to-coast trips by airplane, of George Burns and Gracie Allen, and of children who really do know what's good for them. And here's a letter to prove that. It's from Mr. Gentry Steincross of Harwood, Missouri. He says, I have a daughter 6 years of age named Janine. My wife and I were trying to explain to her that she should eat more breakfast now, as she is playing a lot at school. We use grape nuts, but on that morning did not happen. Well, after we talked for some time, Janine said, "Well, Mother, if you would serve grape nuts, I would eat more." Well, we say 3 cheers for Janine. She knows what's good for her, and she likes it. And your youngsters will, too. For grape nuts are truly delicious. And they're simply packed with the vital food energy everybody needs, children and grown-ups both, to carry them through till noontime feeling fit. 2 tablespoons of grape nuts with whole milk or cream and fruit contain more varied nourishment than many a hearty meal. Grape nuts make even a light breakfast a safe breakfast. So tomorrow at your grocer's, get a yellow and blue package of grape nuts. Landlords run want ads for empty apartments. Poets write sonnets about empty hearts. Hillbillies croon ballads about empty saddles. But George and Gracie wander about with empty hats. And here they are, those 2 grape nuts.
Thank you. Well, Gracie, say hello.
George, I always say...
And never mind what you always say. Just say hello.
But, George, I always
Later,
say...
Gracie. Right now, I want you to say hello.
Well, George, I always...
All right, I give up. What do you always say?
Hello.
So you always say hello?
Yeah, but why do I always say that?
Because it's a custom. Everybody always says that.
But why?
Why? Because it is.
How do you know?
Because I've got a good memory and an elephant never forgets.
Where did that expression, an elephant never forgets, originate?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Oh, then you're not an elephant.
No, I'm not an elephant.
But you're pretty.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, George. Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, John.
Oh, Johnny, where did that say?
Gracie, an elephant never forgets is just an expression like shaking hands is a custom. You know what a custom is.
Oh, sure. A custom is what you wear when you go to a masquerade, like a sailor's custom.
Yeah, it's a nice custom, yes. I see what you mean. Yeah, that's what it is, and I'm glad that it's over.
Yeah, but why is shaking hands a custom?
Well, it's because... Oh, I must be nuts.
Well, I know, but you can't use that as an excuse for everything.
Oh, quiet.
George, I think I can explain shaking hands.
Well, let's explain it.
You see, Gracie, way back in the early days, the open hand was held out as a sort of a gesture of peace to show that there was no weapon in it.
Oh, they'd hold the weapon behind them in the other hand, huh?
No, there wasn't any weapon.
There wasn't any weapon?
No.
Then what are we talking about?
We're talking about shaking hands.
All right, then let's shake hands.
All right, hello, Gracie.
Hi, John.
I see.
Gracie, shaking hands is like any other customary greeting, like kissing or...
Oh, Johnny, if you think shaking hands is like kissing, then you've never been kissed.
Either that or he's never shaken hands.
No.
I say, George.
Yes, sir, Ray.
Well, Happy New Year.
Yes.
Happy New Year. Ray, you're only about 3 weeks late.
Oh, I know, Chap, but I can't very well say hello. Because I'm not an elephant, so we'll just have to shake hands with an empty weapon, that's all.
Well, I've had enough of this. I don't want to hear another word about customs or shaking hands or elephants, and especially hellos. I'm losing my mind.
Well, hello, everybody. Hello, George. Hello. Well, say hello, George.
Oh, shut up. Close your big mouth. Nice of you to drop in this evening, Tony. Do you feel all right?
I feel like $1 million, George.
Oh, George, where did that expression? I feel like $1 million.
Quiet with those expressions. Tony, what makes you feel so gay this evening? What did you do, inherit money, or did you get a traffic ticket?
Well, I just joined a new health club, George. I just came from there, and I feel like a 2-year-old colt.
Tony, a cold wouldn't last 2 years. Must be asthma.
Tracy, he said cold, not cold.
Yeah, don't you talk funny when you get a cold?
Hey, talk very, very funny. I wish you'd stop because you're driving me out of a vibe.
And, George, you know, at this health club, we've got a marvelous handball court. Would you believe it? It holds 5 bridge tables.
You don't say.
Yes, you really ought to join the club, George. I know I feel like a new man.
Feel like a new man, George? I know how that started.
You do, huh?
Oh, yes. My sister's been going around with the same fellow for 3 years.
So she feels like a new man.
Yeah, that's the way it started.
I see, yes. Tony, if I last until tomorrow, I might join your health club.
Well, George, the exercise will do you a world of good. You get there in the morning, and all we wear is gym shoes and a pair of trunks.
I say, Tony, wouldn't it be rather awkward getting into a trunk to exercise? Ray, you know, Ray, you've got as much sense as a jackrabbit.
How do you know?
A little birdie told me.
Oh, George, where did that
Ask Johnny Compton.
All right,
I've had enough of that
Johnny.
stuff.
Johnny, where did the expression, a little birdie told me, originate?
Well, a little birdie told me is a reply often received from a person who has been asked the source of certain information and who does not care to reveal it.
Yes, Johnny, and she do mean you.
And I might add that years ago somebody wrote, quote, "Curse not the king, not even in thought, for a bird of the air shall carry the voice, and that which has wings will tell the matter," end quote.
Boy, what a plug for greatness.
Johnny, the health club, remember?
Oh, yes. You know, George, our Turkish baths are really wonderful. And so are our steam cabinets.
George, old boy, I wouldn't use those steam cabinets if I were you. You wouldn't, eh? Oh, definitely not. I took a steam bath once, and when I came out, my clothes were shockingly wrinkled. Ray, do you happen to know anything about customs and sayings? Oh, rather. Then, Ray, why do you say goodbye? Oh, well, because I'm leaving. Well, good. Then leave and let leave.
Oh, George, how did that say?
Look,
start?
Gracie, do I look like an encyclopedia?
No, you part your hair in the middle.
Oh, quiet.
Say, George, you really ought to join this club. There isn't a big name in Hollywood who isn't a member.
Oh, then I think I'll join, too. I'm dying to meet Claudette Colbert.
So am I. Tony, the star.
When did you leave heaven? Only heaven will do when I'm describing you. My heaven on earth started when you came into view. I never knew the thrill of living until you happened along. My heaven on earth came with a glance, bringing romance. That lucky chance was all I needed to fill my heart with a song. Loving you isn't hard to explain. You're sweet, you're lovely and gay. Heaven's loss has been my greatest gain for letting an angel like you get away. My heaven on earth, you're in my arms, you're in my heart. Never apart, you're all I treasure, so who can measure your worth? You're my heaven on springing romance. That lucky chance was all I needed to fill my heart with a song. You're my heaven on
That was Tony Martin, 20th Century Fox style singing My Heaven on Earth. That was beautiful, Tony. No wonder your records are selling like hotcakes.
Thank you, George.
Oh, that's not much of a compliment. You can buy those for 10 cents a stack.
Gracie, why don't you go home and play a hotcake on your phonograph?
I did once, but it wouldn't work.
It wouldn't, huh?
No, the needle got stuck in the maple syrup.
Well, that accounts for it.
Oh, yes. No, 1, 2, Ray.
Oh, no wonder you had difficulty, Gracie. It's very hard to eat hotcakes with a needle.
He got it in. Well, shut your mouth.
Thanks for waking up, old fellow.
Well, I tell you, George, I'm awfully sorry, but
Ray,
they went
the
the other way.
Well, Okay, Ray, we're both two down. This conversation is driving me nuts. It's not going anywhere.
Oh, don't be silly, George. Where could the conversation go at this time of night?
Oh, yes. Why somebody doesn't back up a wagon is certainly a mystery.
You call that a mystery? I'm writing a mystery.
I know. The nightclub mystery of yours called Death Begins at $8.40.
Oh, I had to change that title. It was stolen from me.
Stolen from you?
Oh, yes.
Who stole it?
My daddy. Well, you can't leave a title laying around our house with $8.40 in it.
Oh, yes. Gracie, please, quiet.
Oh, George,
Where did the saying quiet come from?
Yeah.
The telephone was ringing.
Well...
Gracie, will you answer the telephone?
Oh, sure. Hello? Hello, what number do you want? Gladstone 1131? Oh, no, you must have the wrong number. This is Gladstone 1131.
That's better.
What? You want Gladstone 1131? Well, you can't have it. We've got it.
Gracie, ask them who they want.
Oh, who do you want, please? What? You want me? Oh, George, don't look now, but I think it's Clark Gable.
I'm not looking.
What? Oh, you're not Clark Gable? Then who are you? Oh, hello, Mother. George, it's my mother.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Say goodbye to her for me.
Oh, please, George. What, Mother? What? She did? Just a little while ago? Oh, no. How much did it weigh?
Well, isn't that wonderful?
Oh, I could hardly wait to see it. Yes, Mother, I'll go right over after the broadcast. Oh, sure, I'll take George with me. He'll want to see it, too. Goodbye. Oh, George, what do you think happened to my sister?
Well, Gracie, after listening to your conversation, of course, I couldn't guess.
Oh, well, then I'll tell you. She won a 12-pound turkey in a raffle.
Well, that certainly is good news. I hope your sister and the turkey are doing as well as can be expected.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I say, George, did I hear Gracie say that somebody won her sister in a raffle?
No, Ray, it was a turkey.
Oh, well, of course it was a turkey that said it, and I doubt whether I'd believe it.
Ray, that way.
Oh, yes, right here.
Right, oh, yes. I don't know. Everything happens to me.
Near, Mr. Shane.
Mr.
Shane.
Hello, boy.
Fine, near, Mr.
Well, who is that?
Near, Mr. Shane.
George, he's the window washer. He's in here to clean the windows.
Clean windows? Well,
Yeah.
what about me?
Oh, no, George, he only cleans windows.
I'm near, Mr. Shane.
Hey, Barmere, Mr. Shane, will you come here?
Yeah?
What are you going to do, sing and wash windows, huh? If you don't mind, we're trying to do a broadcast.
I don't mind. Go right ahead. You ain't bothering me none. Fine, be here.
We ain't, huh? Will you stop that singing and get out of here?
Hey, who are you to give orders, you big palooka?
Quiet. Palooka, who am I? I'm George Burns of Burns and Allen.
He said it, and I'm Gracie Allen of Allen and Burns.
Allen and Burns?
Yeah. And this is John Conley of Breaknuts in the Trocadero.
Gracie, please, I want to get...
This is Ray Noble of Enders and Nibble, Always and Dibble, D and a Scribble.
How do you do, Mr. Quibble? My name's Nibble.
Oh, Bibble, I've had enough of this.
And this is Tony Martin of 20th Century Fox in Alice Bay.
Well, now that we're all acquainted, we can all get together and have lots of fun.
All right. Take it, Mr. Window Washer. Barmere, Mr. Shane.
Wait a minute with that Barmere, Mr. Shane. This is silly.
Say, girlie, you don't have to introduce me to Tony Martin. Tony and me are pals.
Pals?
Well, Charlie, let's step outside and talk things over.
No, I got some windows to wash, but I'm getting a lot of interference from this here dribblefoot.
Dribblefoot?
George, how did that start?
I don't know. This fella came in here to wash windows, and I don't even know
No,
it.
I don't mean that. I mean, when did you start being a dribblefoot?
A dribblefoot? Look, will you all stop, and Tony, will you get this pal of yours out of here?
Charlie, you'd better go. This is GB. He's the boss here.
Oh, the boss. So that's a palooka you told me was such a big tightwad, huh?
Tightwad, am I?
Yeah, tightwad. Don't take that from that window washer.
Yeah.
Don't let him get away with it. Go on, say something to him, Dribblepuss.
Dribblepuss?
Boy, that's telling him dribbling.
Look, Tony. Dribbling. Dribbling, I am forever blowing him. Tony, will you get rid of this guy, or I will?
You and who else? Why, Tony, if we had this little Lord plump right down at the health club, we'd punch the stuffing out of him.
Yeah, what would well, I'd get stuck in... What? The health club?
Oh, come on, Charlie, will you please? Let's go outside. George, I'll explain everything
Wait a minute. What do you know about the health club?
Oh, not much. I'm only the president, that's all.
Oh, sure it's so. Don't you remember Tony saying that everybody who is anybody in Hollywood is a member?
Oh, yes, I remember that.
You bet. There's Captain Ellen Bogan, the hot shop fella. McGillicuddy does extra work.
Yeah.
Spitzelheimer, the double assistant clerk.
I remember.
Felix Warfelfinger, the busing boy at the Brown Curtain.
Well, quite a clique. Quite a trick. Yes, Captain Allenbogen and McGillicuddy and Spitzleheimer and Felix Wafflefinger.
Well, Tony's right. Those are the biggest names in Hollywood.
You said it, Ray. The music. Well, I don't know how young musicians do it, but maybe it's because they're working for a genius.
Oh, I must look into that, George. They're not supposed to work for anybody but me.
They're not, huh?
Say, Ray, did you tell George about my mystery play that I'm writing?
Why, no, Gracie, I didn't tell George about any mystery.
Oh, good. Then I'll tell him.
Yes, good. I don't want to hear about your mystery.
Oh, well, then that's different. It's called The Case of the Empty Watch.
The case of the empty watch.
Yes, or give him the works.
Gracie, I said I didn't want to hear about your play.
All right, then we'll talk about something else. Now, what do you want to talk about?
Well, I don't know. Let's talk about your sister. What's your sister doing now?
She's helping me write my mystery.
Oh, quiet.
Yeah, quiet. The curtain's going up. Now, as the scene opens...
I know, that's where the police come in.
Well, no, that's where my musical number comes in. And it's
a musical number in the mystery?
Well, yeah, that's just to break the monotony.
I see. Well, that's a nice piece of breaking in.
Yes. My musical number's called The Fantasy of the Cities.
The Fantasy of the Cities.
Mm-hmm. You see, I tell a story by using the names of cities and towns.
And it's the Fantasy of the Cities.
Yes. For instance, Tony Martin is a rich man who's been making a lot of money in Georgia, but he needs a few more dollars to pay his taxes. Get it?
Yes, a few more dollars to pay his taxes.
Yes.
Well, that's not hard for me to understand.
Yeah, all you're catching on.
Now, Gracie, if this is a musical number, do I play the part of a singer?
Oh, well, no, Tony. You've got a little Quincy in Detroit, so you can't sing.
You can't sing?
No.
Well, Walla Walla, that's very good.
Very good. As Al Jolson would say, New Haven heard nothing yet.
I guess not.
Am I in this musical number, Gracie, the Fantasy of the Cities?
Well, I should say you are. Johnny, you're the little boydie that I'm in love with.
But maybe Johnny doesn't love you.
Oh, that's all right, George. I'm glad to humor her.
Oh, yes, I get it. Humor, yes, I see the joke, yes.
Well, you see, George, Johnny's on my side. You spoke Tucson.
Tucson? Yes. But, Gracie, I'm a very outspoken man.
Well, anywho, the scene it switches now to a town in Montana.
Nice piece of switching, yes.
But I can't mention the name of it.
Why not?
Well, George, you're not allowed to say Helen around the radio.
Well, that was really a beaut.
Oh, yes. It's very funny. Anaconda, I made it up myself.
Well, yes. Anaconda, you made it up right out of your own marblehead.
No, please, George.
I say, Gracie, am I in this fantasy of the sitters?
Oh, well,
of the sitters. Of the sitters.
Certainly.
Well, do I play another murder victim?
Well, yes, Ray. And your name is Valley.
Rudy Valley?
No, Death Valley.
Death Valley,
Yeah, and you're from Texas.
Maybe Ray can't play a dead body from Texas.
Of course you can.
Of course he can, yes. Well, Ray, you can try.
Well, I'll be glad to. It sounds like a very jolly part.
Oh, rather.
Gracie, how is Ray murdered?
Well, Ray has a lot of money on him. You see, it was payday in Des Moines.
Payday in Des Moines?
Yes.
And Ray is a moiner?
Yes.
He's under 16, yes.
And he was driving along the highway.
In the Cadillac?
No, in the Buick.
In the Buick? Yes. Well, I can say that it makes much difference which car it is.
Oh, please. Well, anywho, Ray's car runs out of gas in front of Tony's house.
Yes.
So he gets out of his car to peek into Tony's window.
Oh, yes. Well, I hope he doesn't fall, because you know that old saying, Topeka they are, the harder they fall.
Oh, yes.
I say, George, you're mistaken about that.
About what?
Well, about fall. It isn't fall, it's winter. Although, of course, I understand it's 3 hours earlier in the east.
Ray is looking into Tony's window.
Oh, yes. All of a sudden, Tony gets scared when he hears, Illinois.
He hears Illinois.
Well,
and that scares him, yeah?
Mm-hmm. So he calls his housekeeper, Mississippi.
Gracie, you're sure my housekeeper is Mississippi?
Yes, you hired her when Virginia quit.
Oh, yeah, Mississippi, yes. What happened to Maryland and Missouri?
Idaho.
Idaho? Oh, you don't?
No.
George, maybe you'd better keep your mouth shut.
Well, Tony, comedy relief, eh?
Oh, boy. Now, this is where Johnny Condy comes in. You see, Johnny has fallen for a Notre Dame from South Bend.
A Notre Dame,
so,
and that, of course, makes you jealous.
Oh, Winchester Minute, jealous.
Oh, yes, Winchester Minute, yes.
Although Johnny has been giving her expensive bottles of Florida water, he has started to tamper with my affections.
Really?
Oh, yes. Then all of a sudden, there's a shock. Ray puts his hand up to his chest and says, Omaha.
Omaha, and he falls dead on the floor.
Yes. And now the cops are racing to the murder.
Well, there's no time to Tuscaloosa.
Oh, I should say not. But the excitement is too much for me, so like a big cicero, I start to bawl.
You don't?
Oh, I do. And when I found out that Johnny was leaving me, I bawled more than ever.
Shame on you, Johnny.
Well, why am I leaving you, Gracie?
Well, because you're afraid you will be Connecticut with the murder.
I see, and I suppose the Worcester is yet to coma.
Oh, yes. And after Ray is shot, the police are ready to arrest Tony. But he is saved by Santa.
Santa?
Well, that's just his moniker.
Oh, Santa Monica.
Yes.
I guess it is. Came to me like that.
Well, Dad, that's the end. Do you like this play as well as the other?
Well, Gracie, I hate to say, but I think all of your plays were wonderful.
Oh, do you think I'll be able to sail them?
Sail them? Well, I hope you can sail them down the river.
Say, George, now that the play is over, what do you say if we Oklahoma?
Oklahoma, that's a good idea, Tony. What was that?
Ray Noble just broke the window that he was Topeka-ing in.
He broke the window, huh?
Yes, with a little rock.
With a... TL for you. The play is over.
Oh, good. Johnny, I was going to the Trocadero after the broadcast tonight. You know, Amarillo girl who's hungry. I'd like some dinner.
You'd like dinner? Mm-hmm. You can't go to the Trocadero without eating it.
Well, you know me, George. I never could Pasadena.
Pasadena. You can't... Right. Gracie will now sing I Double Dare You. Sing it, Gracie.
I double dare you to sit over here. I double dare you to lend me your ear. Take off your high hat and let's get friendly. Don't be a scarecat. Say what do you care? Can't you take a dare? I double dare you to kiss me and then I double dare you to kiss me again. And if that look in your eye means what I'm thinking of, I double dare you say the night was grand, would you demand a proof? Or would you be indifferent and aloof? You seem to think that half aloof is better than none. I'm back in the play again. So maybe that's the reason we're not having any fun. I double dare you to sit over here, because it's more intimate over here. Take off your high hat and let's get friendly. You act so distant, you practically are non-existent. I double dare you to kiss me and then I double dare you to kiss me again. And if you're able to love the way Clark Gable does, I double dare you to give my daddy a buzz. Number 9534, that's my daddy. I double dare you.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. Now we turn you over to the Discovery Department of our program. You all know Johnny Conti. Well, he says he's just made a surprising discovery.
Yes, sir, George. I've just found out about the fastest moving creature in the world.
Now, don't tell me. Let me guess. Is it Gracie?
No, George. It looks like a honeybee. It's only half an inch long, but it attains a speed of 800 miles an hour.
Indeed. Very interesting. Is that the surprise?
Oh, no. The surprise is yet to come. For I've discovered something that travels even faster. And that's the good news about grape nuts, the most delicious cereal you ever put a spoon to. Everybody's serving grape nuts these days, for everybody loves their satisfying mellow goodness, their full-flavored sweet taste. That rich flavor comes from the special blending of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley, which brings out all the mouth-watering goodness. And grape nuts have another distinction all their own, a delightful, crisp crunchiness that makes them extra appetizing. So tomorrow morning, give yourself this treat. Sit down to a bowl full of those golden brown kernels. Top them with milk or cream. Add some sliced bananas or stewed or canned peaches, and then go to it. Every heaped-up spoonful will be real delicious fun. And you'll agree with thousands of other people that grape nuts are the best-tasting cereal you ever enjoy.
Well, Gracie, say good night.
Good night, everybody.
Remember me, Gracie, on the window washer. What are you doing after the broadcast?
Oh, I can't see you tonight. I'm going home with Zibblefoot.
That's me, folks. Good night, all.
If you want to help fight infantile paralysis, send $1 to President Roosevelt, the White House, Washington, D.C. We can lick infantile paralysis with the March of Dimes. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.